win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
What's going on, everybody? It is the ASTROLABE. Welcome to the Tuesday night show. I think it's Tuesday. Is it Tuesday? Feels like Tuesday. Seems like it might be Tuesday. Got myself a fresh cut. It's all looking all. Let me see if I can get it in the shot here. I'm working on the sort of like a half mullet, half man bun thing. I think it might work out. It's actually not too bad. It feels really good having it clean on the sides. Drives me crazy when it starts tickling my ears, and it's very nice. I like having it long up top, but nice and clean on the side. That's right, the last hipster. I'm holding it down for the hipsters. Clean cut build. Oh man, I know I said yesterday that you guys should have known. If you've been listening to the show long enough, you should have known that if I say I think I'm going to do an earlier show, that is not going to happen. Just absolutely not going to happen. Everything went more or less to plan today. Had an errand I had to run. Getting the truck appraised, getting ready to sell it, and ran down to Enterprise to see if what they would offer. It was a pathetic offer, so we're not going to take that. But when I came back, I hadn't eaten anything yet, so I was like, you know what, I'm going to stop and get myself a little bit of Arby's. Haven't had Arby's in a little while. Grabbed some Arby's, came back, sat down, kind of get the show ready, and ate my Arby's, and within 10 minutes, man, I was just like drooling, sitting here at my desk, just zonked out, exhausted. And I'd intended to do a live watch of Tucker Carlson's in memoriam of Charlie Kirk stream today. So I was like, all right, I'm going to take a quick nap. And I'm going to get up, and I'm going to get the stream ready to go, and don't necessarily need to sort all the tabs and everything because I can do that while we're watching. So I set my alarm for about 45 minutes or so ahead of when that stream is supposed to start, so that I could go live maybe 10 or 15 minutes ahead of time and segue right into it. Yeah, no, then I turned my alarm off. Don't even remember shutting it off, and rolled back over. And fortunately, I had another alarm that I don't know why I've kept it on there. It was not the last house that we lived at, or the one before, or the one before, or the one before. It was the house before that. In California, we had our trash day was Wednesday morning. So every Tuesday evening, I had an alarm set for 7 p.m. to make sure it would remind me to take the trash out. And I don't know why, I've just always kept the alarm there. It's sort of like an anchoring thing for the week. When it goes off, it's like, okay, yeah, so it's Tuesday at 7 p.m. It's just always been on there. And good thing it was there, because that's what woke me up. That's what ensured that, because I'm sure if that hadn't woke me up, it would have been much later, and I would have said, fuck it, I'm not even going to do a show tonight. But as it is, I am here. I watched the last bit of the Tucker Carlson stream, and I caught Father Josiah Trenum, which, oh my God, I love that man so much. It was so beautiful listening to him, talking to Tucker. Definitely go listen to that whole thing. I didn't catch Tucker's opening monologue, and I didn't get him. I caught the last couple minutes of him with Megyn Kelly, and then he had Chunky Yogurt, and which I know he's not popular. I know a lot of people don't like him, and I don't even know why I like him, but I just like him. He's just a funny guy. I don't know. I just enjoy him, even when he's like totally lol-cowing out, which is what he's usually doing. I just find him amusing, and seems like he'd be a fun guy to go get a drink and talk shit with. So that was fun. And then Scott Adams. Scott Adams was very good. I love Scott Adams as well. He's another one of those guys that, like, I don't care what he says, like when he says dumb stuff or whatever. I just like him. I just love the man. Absolutely love the man. He's got the eternal pass, which is Tucker is one of those guys as well. Tucker, Scott Adams, just I don't care what they do or say ever. They're always going to get the pass from me. And then he rapped with Father Josiah, and oh, I just love the man so much. One very interesting thing that Tucker mentioned was that little news he broke was that Charlie. He said Charlie was very interested in orthodoxy in the months leading up to his assassination, and that he was very keenly studying it, which makes sense. I mean, his wife was Catholic. They'd been attending a mass, or sorry, attending a parish local to them, attending mass at the parish local to them, and he had a stream not too long ago where he said that Protestants have erred in not venerating the Blessed Virgin. So yeah, I don't want to speak out of turn here, but I'm just going to say that I think it warmed my heart to hear that Charlie was deeply, intensely studying orthodoxy leading up to his death. It's very, very beautiful. But anyway, so definitely go watch that. I know some people thought that it was a paywalled thing. No, it was live on YouTube. The stream should be up. I've seen people clipping it up already. So I'm gonna go back later on and watch the Tucker monologue to begin with. My wife says that I'm no longer at risk of being scolded by the monks now that I had my beard trimmed. Yeah, the lady that cut my hair, she was like, you want to like do a little bit on the beard there? And I was like, yeah, you know, kind of take some off the edges. She's like, oh, thank goodness. It was going to drive me crazy. So she cleaned it up. It's all nice. And you probably can't really see it here because I'm wearing a dark shirt. But yeah, I got that cleaned up as well. I'm looking all fresh, ready to go up to Washington. Which reminds me, I got to let you guys know that I've been racking my brain trying to think of a way that I can do some sort of a stream or something while I'm up there. I haven't come up with an idea yet. We'll be there September 29. We fly out Monday and we fly back Wednesday evening, the following Wednesday. So I will be staying with my parents, and they don't have there isn't a place in the house where I would be able to sit down and do a stream. So I'm gonna be gone for like 10 days, so I don't want to leave you guys hanging that entire time. But I don't know exactly how I'm gonna do it. But stay tuned. I might just have to go live, and maybe I do like a Q&A or something, like an AMA. You just comment on stuff or whatever, and just stream from my phone. But they live out in the boonies. They just got Starlink recently, so they actually, a couple of years ago, it would have been just a total non-starter, total non-starter. I wouldn't even be able to stream a YouTube video, to watch a YouTube video in 360 would not have even been possible. But now it's they have Starlink, so I might be able to do a little something. I just got to find a quiet place, which means going out in the woods probably, and then they don't have Starlink out there. We'll see. We'll see. I'll try to do something for you guys. Can't you stream from your selfie cam in a public restroom? That would be quite a thing, huh? Labing from the water closet. I could sit in the Suburban, yeah. But yeah, so September 29. So that would be the rest of this week, and I don't even know what the date is today. What is it, 16th? Okay, so the rest of this week and all of next week. So normal labes, the rest of this week, all of next week. It'll be the following Monday. We're flying out at 6:30 in the morning, so I'll be out for that whole week and half of the following week. Should be back Thursday the 9th, I believe it is. Whatever that Thursday is. And then be back to normal for a period of time. Okay. Let's see. Is there any other housekeeping things I needed to address at the beginning here? I don't think so. So, I've got a few things here today. I put in the title some of the news you've missed. There's a couple little news drops that have come in. We'll also talk a little bit about the shooter. According to the official story, the shooter, Tyler Robinson. I got a little bit about him. And then I have a couple of interviews, one with Kash Patel and one with Dan Bongino, talking about some of the details. And I haven't had the chance to sit down and watch all the way through them. So it's be a chance for us to sit here and kind of they're from like I think yesterday maybe, and all the stuff is coming out. I gotta admit, I'm not super invested in finding out all the exact details of everything, how it's happened, and all of the conspiracies and schizo stuff. Like it's interesting. I don't have the bandwidth to try to follow along with all this stuff, and frankly, I mean, there's still no clear answer on JFK. I mean, I've got my understandings, but it's kind of vague. A general overview of it. 9/11. There's still people that have all their conspiracies about everything with that. I said this from the beginning. You're not going to get the really clean, packaged up, tight answer of exactly who did it and who was always behind it, and all. That's never going to happen. This sort of state that we're in right now, where everyone's like, well, maybe it was this, or maybe it was this, or actually, God, I admit that one, or maybe it was this other group. That's going to last forever. There's going to be people who are going down these rabbit holes for the rest of their lives. I've watched these things happen way too many times. And if it's a matter of particular interest to you, you know what? Knock yourself out. More power to you. I don't have the bandwidth for it. And frankly, I think that it's very clear that there are a whole bunch of people who could give two shits about Charlie. They don't care at all. They just see this as a thing for them to apply their own lens onto to reinforce whatever their pre-existing hobby horse was. The very definition of confirmation bias. And there's this sort of thing at this point in time is just psyop inside of psyop inside of psyop inside of psyop. And there's people who are just going to lose their minds over this whole thing. I don't think it's productive. I don't think it's useful. And so I'm not really going to entertain a lot of that. If there's a particular thing that kind of happens to catch my attention that seems like there might be some validity to it, we might go down a little rabbit hole at some point. I got to recommend Jason Miranchuk's stream last night where he talked about it. He talked about a lot of other stuff, but just briefly, he touched on who could it have been. And I got to say, of all of the different theories and stuff that I've heard, I think his is absolutely the most valid. That's the one that seems to have the most legs to me. But so we'll talk about some of the details of it and maybe speculate on a couple of things. But we're not gonna get lost down all these rabbit holes. I'm not gonna spend the next several months making this a spurg out over Charlie Kirk's assassination and trying to figure out what they're hiding from us and I don't think that would have been what Charlie would have been doing. So I don't think I'm going to do that. Everybody wants to plant their flag on their thing and use Charlie's name to sell it, and I have no interest in participating in that cottage industry. So I've got some. As I said, I've got some more Charlie-related clips. We're going to keep his legacy alive. So we're gonna talk about that. Got a couple of follow-ups to some stories we've touched on a few times. We've got the story that's kind of flown under the radar. Everything that's happening in Nepal. I haven't looked at it really closely, but I've got one clip in particular that's very relevant. We'll watch that. And then a couple things about the Dawn, our great Fantaführer, and then a couple news items that kind of flew under the radar a little bit while everyone's looking at everything else. And then Greg Gutfeld has been on fire. I'm enjoying him ranting and raving. So I got a clip on that. And then we'll talk a little bit about Tyler Robinson himself. And then like I said, I have the Kash Patel interview, and I've got the Dan Bongino interview with Megyn Kelly, and I got a couple of other Kash things as well. I make no bones about it. I like Kash Patel. I don't care what anybody else thinks. I like the guy, and so we'll talk about that. And then there's a couple of these clips that are people talking about the online culture, and I thought they were very interesting, kind of describing the world out of which this Tyler Robinson character has emerged. So we'll talk about that, and then I have a long post. I did an effort post the other day talking about about our guys. A lot of potential our guys, the guys who have been seduced by the trap of nihilism. We'll read through that, and then got something about Spencer Cox. Very appropriately named dude, Spencer Cox. If I saw someone named Spencer Cox, I'd be like, that dude is an asshole. Just the name, Spencer Cox. Of course, this is the governor of Utah who stole his election, and I had a Utahn who pinged me on it and said that please give a voice to our people here in Utah who are suffering under this fellow. So I got a couple of posts about that, and then lastly, at the very end, we are going to watch this clip that I promised you guys yesterday of Tucker Carlson and Sam Altman. Just a surreal, absolutely surreal clip. We're gonna watch that. So let's dive into it. I've got a couple of submissions from the Wife Jack here to start. Oh wait. Before that, we gotta hit the tips. Got a tip that came in. Reminder: don't forget to tip your streamer. https://tips@kingbuild.com. All right, there we go. Tip link is pinned. Please do support the show. You can use the Streamlabs link there if you would like. If that one's giving you some grief or some trouble, then there's also Venmo and Cash App. Just I think it's King Pilled is the username for both of them. And there's also Buy Me a Coffee. Those are all other ways that you can support the show. Very much appreciate you guys. We got to start us off today with Neil Patrick Diamond.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Sweet Caroline, boom, boom, boom.
I believe this one came in. Thank you, man, for the tip. I believe this one came in at the very beginning of the stream here when, as is becoming just a regular random occurrence, Streamlabs just decides that it's not going to share audio. I don't change anything. I leave it exactly as it is, and it works for like 5 shows in a row, and then suddenly doesn't work, and then I delete the source and add the source and delete the source and add the source and delete the source and add the source, and it doesn't work, and then it just starts working. So I believe that one came in. He was providing a soundtrack for those of you, the early ones, who were stuck in the chat listening to silence. I wish I could say that I knew what the problem was and I could fix it for you, but no idea. Just a thing that in 2025 we cannot get stable, reliable streaming software that does all the things we want it to. Just something we have to live with. Also, shout out to Navy Kip, who has resubscribed for his 4th month here on Kick, as well as Jeff Accordion, who gifted a sub to give it a year. For you guys, let's get us started with an Erica.
Auf der Heide blüht ein kleines Blümelein und das heißt Erika.
Every time you guys hear that song, say a prayer for Erica. Our Erica. All right, so let's get us going with a couple of Wife Jack submissions on Instagram, that cursed platform. This first one here, it's a little bit long, but this guy here, Trevor Babajan, got a hell of a honker, man. That dude's got a nose that doesn't fuck around. He says, I've been sitting on this video for a few days, partially don't want to put myself out there this much. I guess my pride doesn't want me to. Part of me thinks it comes across as cliche given the circumstance. It might be. I don't know, really. I do know I feel different than I did a week ago. It's palpable. It's real. I can't help it. Maybe this will help someone who feels the same way. This is more of the legacy of Chuck Dirk. Of course, there's no audio. All right, let's play this whole game again. Add source. Display capture. All right, and now we pull this back over here. And who knows how many times we're going to have to do this. I set this whole thing up so very carefully, and then it just stops working. No reason. No reason. Just doesn't work. Just for the fun of it. Just to piss me off. That's why it does it. Just to piss me off. All right, how about now?
Feels like you've been through a little bit of turmoil.
Is there audio? Yes! Oh, I can't believe it. It worked on the first try. Definitely did not expect that to happen. Forgive me, Lord, for my impatience, for my bad attitude. Away we go again.
All right. I guess this is me now, because that's kind of how I feel. There are probably thousands of young men in this country who feel the same way that I do right now. And if you are one of those men who kind of feels like you've been through a little bit of turmoil over the last week, I urge you to watch this, because it might be befitting for you as well. I'm going to preface this with, I've never been a real religious dude. I grew up going to church because it was forced upon me. I went to youth more so for the friendships than I did anything else. When we bowed our heads in prayer, I didn't really pray. When we sang songs, I didn't sing. I didn't really believe any of it. I just kind of went along with it. I started listening to the Sean Ryan Show a year and a half, 2 years ago. He had a guy on, Jim Caviezel, I think his name was. I forget. He was the dude who played Jesus in Passion of the Christ. And every other badass dude that he's had on that podcast, to some extent, is religious. And I don't know why. I cannot explain it. It doesn't make sense to me. Probably similar to how Sean Ryan felt when God was speaking to him, I guess. But it was at work, punching.
Real quick, I just want to say, you guys, the chat, you guys are killing me. He could sniff anything out. Is that what happens when you sniff HGH? Okay, so I just want to say, I know that there are a lot of people out there who are not big Sean Ryan fans. You know, everyone, oh, he's an asset, he's CIA, always once an intelligence agent, always an intelligence agent. That could be true. Potentially, possibly, probably even. But also, this is the effect of the Sean Ryan Show. If it hadn't been for the Sean Ryan Show, then perhaps the Charlie Kirk event would not have affected this guy as much as he has. I think these are things that are worth keeping in mind. That just because the guy may be whatever guy you're thinking of, maybe controlled opposition, or he may be an asset, or he may be some sort of psyop or whatever, that doesn't remove the impact of the good things that he does. So if we have controlled opposition psyops who are platforming people who are proudly speaking of their faith in God and talking about this to a large audience, bringing it to people like this guy who may have never taken it seriously before, then there's still value in those guys. And they can't just be simply written off because they said or did something that triggered your extremely online conspiracy brain.
Data into the computer, and when we heard that Charlie had been shot, and then it probably took 30 to 45 minutes before we found out that he was murdered. During that time, I could feel my blood pressure rose, my heart rate rose, my anger rose. I didn't know what to say, didn't know what to think, pretty pissed. And then he was murdered, and it was like I saw the video, and like a switch went off somewhere in my body where I knew exactly what I needed to do. And I cannot explain it whatsoever. Later in high school, I think it was a junior, maybe I was a senior, it got to the point where my dad was, trying to force me to go to church, and it was like, if you want to force me to go to church tomorrow, you better come in here with your fists up, because I'm gonna hit you. Like, it's gonna go down. Like, luckily I didn't, and I love the crap out of my dad, but especially now. That's where I was at back in the day. And since then, I've had the idea that if I get to the pearly gates and God doesn't let me into heaven just because I didn't believe in him, even though I was a good person my whole life, then so be it, I'll go to hell. I still don't know if any of that's true. I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm an idiot. But what I do know is that I've had this unexplainable gravity weighing down on me, giving a knot in my chest for the last year and a half, 2 years. Every time I hear someone say something great about God or Jesus or whatever, like, I get emotional. I listened to my cousin talk about how he was in, I forget if it was Afghanistan or Iraq, I don't remember. He was in EOD and he just watched a truck full of like 13 or 14 people blow up from an IUD. And he had to, handle the dead and dying ASAP, and then he had to also clear the road, and he had to do that for 12 hours straight, and he was about to give up, and he said a prayer, and he basically said, like, if I don't find it, kill me now, and he found it. And I hear testimonials about stuff like that, or stuff on the Sean Ryan Show, or any other podcast or show, or whatever that I listen to, and for some reason, it strikes a pretty gnarly chord in my body. And I will never be the go to church kind of guy. I will never not cuss. I will never be a Bible thumper. There's no way in hell that that's going to happen. I don't know. And it's been my pride for sure, over the last 10, 15 years, it made me go, I don't need religion. I'm good enough by myself. I don't need to rely on somebody else. I don't even rely on the Bible or God or anything else to be a good, successful husband and father and person in general. I don't need that. I can do that by myself. I think I've been doing a decent job, but I'm far from perfect. Ask my wife. And I think there was a lot of people over the last week who probably had something in them, and they had all this go down, and a switch flipped, and they're just like, all right. I guess this is me now, because that's kind of how I feel. I can't speak on God. I can't quote any freaking Bible verses. I'm not going to pray before my meals. I'm probably not hardly ever going to pray, but there's something that's making me go, goddamn, there's a lot to be done. There's a lot of good that can be done. And I'd be willing to bet there's a lot of men who feel the same way. A few of my friends I've talked to over the last few days, we never talk about religion. We never talk about how we feel or what we think when it comes to our feelings or being emotional. We don't talk about that. And over the last few days, I've talked to a bunch of my friends. We're all totally fine talking about it all of a sudden. So if you felt something similar, it's probably not for no reason. I've always believed, whether I was religious, in the church or not, that everything happens for a reason. Whether we know it or not, everything happens for a reason. I don't know the exact reason why Charlie Kirk was killed, especially as a dude who didn't even know him, who didn't even agree with him on a lot of stuff. But it's pretty clear that something happened, and it happened to more people than just me. So send this to anybody you think might be going through the same shit, because chances are they are. So yeah. All right.
Couple thoughts. First one, he had the story about his dad. Imagine how his dad would feel seeing something like this. After growing up, like he told a little bit of the story. His dad was like, "I'm going to take you to church," and he's like, "Yeah, you're gonna have to fight me if you're going to do that." And but they still have a good relationship. So think about what it's been like. I mean, the dude's probably, 35, 40, somewhere in there. So if he was going to fist fight his dad over going to church, he's probably in his teens, so it's probably been somewhere 20, 25 years, something like that, that his dad has been, I'm sure, praying for him. Think about how long that is. 2 decades praying for your son, longing to see something awaken in him. And then imagine seeing something like this. That was my first thought. My second thought is, I think the nose jokes are just killing me. The second thought is, he's like, yeah, I'm not going to be like praying before meals or like going to church or Bible thumping or any of that sort of stuff. I'd be very curious to see an update a year from now. You can see the top reply on his video here is his wife. She said, I'm proud of you and would never force my faith upon you. Beautiful to see you opening up to it in your own way. Little by little, I love you. So he's got it sounds like he has a faithful wife. So that's another thought here. Think about her. She's been with him. Seems like he has zero interest in the church, and she's been praying for him. And now he's starting to come around. The Lord's going to be working on him through her, through his dad. And how many stories like this are there? This is the guy who had the balls to record himself and put himself online, being all vulnerable and everything. But he's talking about his friends, his buddies, who are, I mean, this guy strikes me as like the archetypal FanDuel American. This is just our ordinary normie dude. He says there's a lot he didn't agree with Charlie on. My guess is that he didn't disagree with Charlie because he thought Charlie was a normie squish conservative. It's possible, I suppose, but my guess is that he's more of a lib. And he didn't like Charlie because he's like, oh, Charlie like says stuff about I don't know, black people or women, or maybe he's like pro-choice and doesn't like Charlie restricting or advocating for restrictions on abortion or something like that. I mean, I have no evidence for any of this, but I'm just kind of speculating. My guess is that a guy like this, who's describing his background that way, is not like some radical right-wing extremist who is like, oh, Charlie's too much of a normie. I think this guy is a perfect representative of the normie. And he's coming online. The Spirit's working on his heart. And by extension, and all the people around him. There's a revival that's happening now. This is the most important story. Who killed Charlie Kirk? Who ordered the hit? Who funded it? Who financed it? Who's responsible? Who's trying to divide us? I'm not saying those stories aren't important. But those stories only matter within this context. Whoever did it, they clearly were not intending to spark a mass spiritual revival in the country. Which means, whomever it is, if you're trying to search out whoever it is, you shouldn't be doing it with the spirit of like, oh, here's the evil dark villain that's controlling us all, and they're bearing down on us, and they're going to destroy us. No, clearly they massively fucked up. The normies are coming online. And it's beautiful to see. Okay, another Instagram link from, got a wife jack submission here. And this one's going to get you guys. This one got me.
Charlie Kirk, if you see this, tell my grandma I said hi. She's in heaven too. Because she passed away, and she had dementia. Dementia is a virus. Is ending her life. The virus is ended my mama's life. So, yeah. Tell grandma I say hi in heaven. So, thank you. Charlie.
Love our Downies, man. They are such beautiful, pure souls. He said, Charlie, if you see this, tell my grandma I said hi. My grandma had dementia, and dementia, I think he said dementia is a virus, which is kind of interesting. But he said that basically dementia made her die. So Charlie, if you see this video, then please tell my grandma I said hi. Bunch of you guys sent me this one. Shout out to Digital Skill Set for being the one that I bookmarked.
Get comfortable, bring the best libs that Utah has to offer. Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country and this world. You have no idea.
I want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith.
That picture, man. That picture really hits. Thank you, Digital Skill Set. You're a patriot. New College of Florida announces, today we announce that we will commission a statue of Charlie Kirk to honor his legacy and incredible work after his tragic assassination last week. The statue, privately funded by community leaders, will stand on campus as a commitment by New College to defend and fight for free speech and civil discourse in American life. The location for the statue will be announced in the coming months. Florida's really just leading the charge on everything. Florida is seems like it's basically the most based, the most reliable state in the union. Beautiful. Now, what we need is one of these on every college campus. I saw someone in the chat earlier. I missed who it was, but someone in the chat earlier said that Charlie made the comparison between Charlie and MLK, and of course, a lot of people have made this as sort of like a slop normicon kind of point. But whoever said it in the chat there said he bookended the civil rights era. Yeah, that's the rhyming here. There's almost like is it chiastic dynamic here, with perhaps 9/11 in the middle. That's when it ended. He's not MLK in that they were both like civil rights icons in the sort of gay normie lib sense. No, he was actually what we've been told MLK was. That's what Charlie actually was. Charlie was actually MLK. American hero. I want to see Charlie Kirk Boulevards. I want to see Charlie Kirk Day as a national holiday every year. I want children to grow up being taught about the great man that was Charlie Kirk. Mandatory public school content. We got an edit, boys. No unity.
There is no unity with people who scream at children over their parents' politics. There is no unity with someone who lies about what Charlie Kirk said in order to excuse his murder. There is no unity with someone who harasses an innocent family the day after the father of that family lost a dear friend. There is no unity with the people who celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination.
That's my vice president! Our Gigavants. The, speaking of American legends, is he, I wonder, is he the first member of a presidential administration to publicly, in a speech, cite from the Nicene Creed? This is, I don't actually know the answer to this, but I'd be kind of surprised if there were others. I don't know if there's a, this is a thought that just occurred to me, but yeah, it seems like he's got to be. He's got to be the first one. So in that sense, he's already an American legend. Mars Monkey said, what do we have for average viewers? We are at 60.08. 60.08. We got to get to 75 over the previous 30 days. It's a rolling average. We also are at 185 out of 250 unique chatters. So those of you who are just lurking, who have not sent a chat in the last 30 days, do me a favor and just drop a chat. Contribute to our numbers here. We got to get 250 unique accounts chatting in the live chat. We're getting the average viewers are still climbing. They kind of dropped off, but everything's definitely been picking up over the past couple of days. So I appreciate you guys. Now remember this guy. I played this video yesterday. Two videos of our great Roman Legionnaire American. This guy here.
Good afternoon, Charlie. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm studying abroad from Italy for this semester.
So this guy, it turns out his name, I saw this yesterday. See, I forget to scroll down. I needed to scroll down. I saw this after when I was closing out all my tabs yesterday. The guy's name, Caccialupi. He said, whoever toasts to death is worth less than his spit. What a line! The dude has the spirit of Rome. The Italian media found him. His name is Caccialupi, literally the hunter of wolves. His name is Wolf Hunter. What sort of lore is happening here? Romans would have said Luparius, as forecasted the surname peaks in Rome, proper, not just Latium, with another peak in Arezzo and a small peak in Umbria. He truly stepped out of Iron Age Rome. The dude's name is Wolf Hunter. If you have ever wondered how an Iron Age Roman legionary would have looked during the Republic, here's one. This lad is straight out of Scipio's or Sulla's legions, probably levied very close to Rome. Just a total blast from the past. The skin, the hair, the eyebrows, the nose. That is a Roman nose right there. That is, you ever heard people talk about a Roman nose? That is a Roman nose. Incredible. Yeah, he time traveled to speak to Charlie. That's exactly what it was. Oh, man. Amazing things are happening, folks. Okay, so speaking of time travelers, if you haven't seen this yet, you guys are not ready for this one. This here, let me make sure I can get this whole thing on the screen. Zoom out just a little bit. This is one of the guys in Nepal. You guys may have heard, Nepal Dolph. Slutty Milk's on it. You guys may have heard that the Nepalese government fell. And apparently, I haven't looked into all the details of it, but apparently one of the things that happened is when they installed a new government and they voted for it on Discord. Discord's getting in the news all the time now, apparently, for all sorts of different reasons. Go join the Kingpill Discord. Here's the shout out. Kingpill.com. Go join up. You'll regret it if you don't. This here is surreal. I thought that this was fake. I thought this was AI. It's an edited video. It's stylized. I thought this was AI. No, it's not. I'll show you a clean video after I play this one.
Our hard work, our contribution. But what are we doing? We are bounded by the chains of unemployment, fleeing abroad in search of opportunities. We are trapped by the selfish games of political parties. Corruption has woven a web that is extinguishing the light of our futures. Youth, rise! We are the torch bearers of change. If we do not raise our voices, who will? If we do not raise our voices, who will? If we do not build this nation, who will? We are the fire that will burn away the darkness. We are the storm that will sweep away injustice and bring prosperity. Our heart.
Uncle Hortler climbed the Himalayas. Few know this. Isn't that incredible? Look at this.
Will we change the fate
hold on.
of this
Wrong
nation, or will we let it remain in shackles? Today I stand here with the dream of building a new Nepal, with a fire of hope and passion burning within me. But my heart is heavy because this dream seems to be slipping away. Rise and shines, futures of this upcoming imperial empire. I, Avishkar Raut, the head boy of this everlasting imperial institute, Holy Bell English Secondary School, welcomes you with open arms to our 24th annual program. I put myself before you this moment to shed light within your consciousness by piercing the dark nimbus that circles above you.
My wife said it's like the Dwight Mussolini episode. Yes, it is.
I'm present here today to immortalize a monumental change in the course of history. Nepal, our mother, this country gave us birth, nurtured us. But what did it ask in return? Just our honesty, our hard work, our contribution. But what are we doing? We are bounded by the chains of unemployment, fleeing abroad in search of opportunities. We are trapped by the selfish games of political parties. Corruption has woven a web that is extinguishing the light of our futures. Youth, rise! We are the torch bearers of change. If we do not raise our voices, who will? If we do not raise our voices, who will? If we do not build this nation, who will? We are the fire that will burn away the darkness. We are the storm that will sweep away injustice and bring prosperity.
My wife says, damn, now I want to invade the Chinks, or whatever his issue is. And right after that, Mr. Sue says, look at how the women look at him. This kid's gonna slay. I think you've got confirmation on that, Mr. Sue.
Our ancestors shed their blood to give us this nation. We cannot sell it. We cannot lose it. We are the fire. We will burn every despair away. Now we must decide. Will we drown in the darkness of despair or rise as the sun of hope? Will we change the fate of this nation, or will we let it remain in shackles? King Birendra once said, even if I die, shall my country live on? All the youths, carry these words in your heart and engrave a monument of change in the course of history. Nepal is ours, and its future is in our hands. Jai Yuva, Jai Nepal!
Amazing. The dude is 16. Avishkar Raut is a 16-year-old student from Nepal who became a prominent youth activist after a video of his fiery Jai Nepal speech went viral in March 2025. His speech, which called out government corruption and mismanagement, is credited with inspiring widespread Gen Z protests across Nepal in September of 2025. See, now that video there, you don't have the foggiest idea what he's saying, but you're like, yeah, whatever he's saying, I'm on board. Let's go. That's what the other videos were like for the people who are actually listening, because he's speaking English. Yeah, there is zero doubt in my mind where he picked up that cadence, particularly since this was I haven't had time to go like dig into all of the details on this, and there was this big revolution. They're like throwing communists. They overthrew a communist government and they were throwing them in the river. I saw a video of that. I was like, now this is chimping. And it looks to me exactly like this is a regime change operation sponsored by someone. I have no idea what the reasoning is for why the communist government of Nepal needed to be overthrown, but clearly it has something to do with China. And I have zero doubt whatsoever that there is Western influence behind this, motivating it in some sense. But apparently the angle that they've taken is they're radicalizing young Nepalese dudes on Discord who are watching Hitler edits. That's exactly what's happening here. I don't need to read any more to know it. Oh, man. That's just completely surreal. When I first saw the video, I saw it being shared around, and I was just kind of like, oh yeah, someone like put Hitler's voice over some kid or whatever. And then I saw a video that, like one of the raw videos. I was like, oh no, this kid's been on TikTok. This kid's been watching videos. He's got the cadence, he's got the timbre, he's got everything. We'll have to keep an eye on what's going on in Nepal, and if any of you guys have I don't know, some insight into what's going on there, send me some stuff, because the nature of these sorts of psyops and regime changes and everything is that if you don't have some sort of personal connection or insight into it, it's very difficult to like dig into it and be able to trust or believe anything that you see. I can kind of just surmise just from having seen these sorts of things enough times. But anyways.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
That dude learned his rhetoric from watching some videos.
Yes, indeed, Slosher. Slosher said that one a little bit ago, but I had the notifications turned off. 16. Man, I would love to see a bio on that kid. Find out what was going on when he was growing up. What are his connections? Who's he connected to? And you know, even if this is like even if this was this is like a City of London operation, I find it very fascinating that this would be the angle that they would take on it. And I really doubt that it is. Yeah, Rethuglican says, I didn't look into it, but Christian Haynes on X, or maybe it was Derek, pointed out that the weapons they were using were American. Yes, it was Derek. That's right. Suitable Politic on Twitter was pointing out that the weapons that they were using were like very obviously American. So it brings to mind the things that Ian Burlingame was saying not too long ago, suggesting that that assets are being burned off now. Basically, the way that you prevent World War III from breaking out in full-blown hot war is you selectively burn all of the assets in various different. They have these controlled opposition conflicts that they set up, and they've got, you know, arms development and caches and everything, and you burn them off selectively, do like a controlled burn essentially, so that all of those assets they have positioned to all go off at the same time. You burn through them individually. And he said a couple months ago that there was he said the next place where we're going to see stuff really kicking off is going to be Southeast Asia. Now, this isn't quite Southeast Asia, but it's pretty close. It's within the southern Chinese orbit. So I very much think this has got to be some sort of an American operation to kick something off in Nepal for strategic reasons, throwing out a communist government, and apparently the assets that they chose to use were a bunch of high school kids on a Discord server who are motivated by a kid who has embodied the spirit of Uncle Hortler's speeches. What a time. What a time we live in. Now here's a throwback from the Kiffness 1 year ago, I released the craziest song I've ever made, Eating the Dogs. Thanks to every view and stream, it's raised over $100,000 for the SPCA in Springfield, Ohio. Here's a throwback for you guys.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
People of Springfield, please don't eat my cats. Why would you do that? Eat something else. People of Springfield, please don't eat my dog. Here's a catalog of other things to eat.
They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're eating the cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're eating the cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're eating the cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're eating the cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
What a throwback, man. That was 1 year ago. 1 year. Yeah, I think that was the first time I saw you guys in the chat. That was like one of the first times that a right-wing meme totally broke containment. That was when this whole like dialogue going back and forth between Twitter and the administration, that was the initiation point for that. Captive Dreamer was the one who broke that story. It took off. The administration picked it up, and we realized, hold on a second, there's something here. And we began this little ongoing dialogue with them, where we chimp, they react. We chimp, they react. They message to us. We chimp, they react. Oh, man. Martin, yes, an absolute patriot. Just think, a true history of the past, I don't know, the past 18 months or something. A true history of it is going to have to tell the story of a pseudonymous Twitter poster named Martin, Captive Dreamer. He has enshrined himself into the lore of America permanently. Incredible. Incredible. That was when it became really clear that there was like, that was when it was like, okay, yeah, the election's done. It's totally done. Because he did that. He said they're eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs. And it blew up all over TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, everywhere. It was the predominant meme. And I remember saying at the time, that was shortly after I'd started doing the Labe. And I remember saying at the time, like, this sealed it. You got to know it, like, once you understand how the normie mind works, like, this sealed it. He's now the meme. And in a fun, enjoyable way. It wasn't too long after that the YMCA dance took off. You had all the hot sorority chicks doing YMCA, doing the Trump dance to the YMCA. They tried to do the what was it, the Kamala Nomenon or something like that. And do you remember all the panicking?
Back, baby. The white man is back.
Miller had Chuck Dirk killed to cover the rise of the Sumawaffen Nepal. It's so obvious. Cap Ali STIC magic is wild. Grand Magus Giga Jew is on our side, but for what purpose? I gotta drink more goat milk, lay on a fresh slain animal, sail the dream sea.
What a tip from Avishkar Reich. The one word in there that I think maybe Kabbalistic. That I don't know if that one came through clearly. Kabbalistic magic is wild. Miller had Chuck Dirk killed to cover the rise of the Zoomer in Nepal. Thank you for the tip, my friend. This one here I had for a couple days, and it seemed to be fitting here. Speaking of the Trump dance, this was Trump at Yankee Stadium on September. This was on September 11th. So this was the day after. This is the day after Charlie's assassination, and Trump's at Yankee Stadium. So Republicans against Trump said Trump last night at Yankee Stadium clearly devastated over Charlie Kirk's death. And Signal here on Twitter said, this is the ultimate source of Trump's durability. Most people think resilience is about feeling it but pushing through, but Trump bypasses the feeling part entirely. That's how he metabolizes losses, deaths, and scandals. He treats them as narrative beats, not emotional events. This is highly effective for surviving in high-velocity politics and media war zones. He doesn't process grief because grief doesn't fit his operating model, which is constant forward motion and constant dominance display. This is a feature of Trump, not a bug. Yeah, God forbid Trump knowing he's on camera trying to lift the American people's spirit. Republicans against Trump are, they got to go in the crystal. They got to go in the crystal with the rest of their kind. Yeah, Mellon says, very easy to see them as narrative beats if you're not a fedora-tipping atheist. Yeah, having like some sort of spiritual sensibility is almost like a superpower. You can see the things that the other people can't. My wife says, email from TPUSA. Since last Thursday, Turning Point USA has received nearly 54,500 new chapter inquiries from students nationwide, 27,800 plus college students, and 26,600 plus high schoolers. Remember, we began the school year as the largest grassroots youth network with 900 plus college and 1,200 plus Club America chapters on 3,500 plus campuses. Jeez. So they had 900 plus college chapters. As the largest grassroots youth network, they had 900 plus college chapters. They have 27,800 plus new inquiries. And they had 1,200 plus Club America chapters. And they have 26,600 plus high school inquiries. Incredible. The Charlie Army rises. The trans just heard mission failed in their game chat. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, so here's one thing that sort of flew under the radar a couple of days ago. Donald J. Trump posts a truce shared by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. This morning, on my orders, U.S. military forces conducted a second kinetic strike against positively identified, extraordinarily violent drug trafficking cartels and narco-terrorists in the Southcom area of responsibility. The strike occurred while these confirmed narco-terrorists from Venezuela were in international waters transporting illegal narcotics, a deadly weapon poisoning Americans, headed to the U.S. These extremely violent drug trafficking cartels pose a threat to U.S. national security, foreign policy, and vital U.S. interests. The strike resulted in 3 male terrorists killed in action. No U.S. forces were harmed in this strike. Be warned. If you are transporting drugs that can kill Americans, we are hunting you. We are hunting you. Once he was the hunted, now he is the hunter. The illicit activities by these cartels have wrought devastating consequences on American communities for decades, killing millions of American citizens. No longer. And all God's people said, thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, it's interesting in this, he says multiple times, positively identified extraordinarily violent drug trafficking cartels and narco-terrorists, confirmed narco-terrorists. He mentions it at least twice, that they confirmed that these are narco-terrorists. Isn't it funny that the first time they did this, a couple weeks ago, everyone freaked out. Ah! How could he? So awful! Unprecedented! And now, he's just doing it again. You can just do things. Did POTUS and Sequoia read Go Call a Watchman prior to committing this heckin' war crime? I don't know. I'm sure Thomas Massey's on the case. We are the international law. That's right, Slutty Milk. Now it is precedented. See? You just create your own precedent. And then this one. You know, it's funny. This used to be the big news thing. Trump sending National Guard into these cities. Now it's just another day at the office.
This team will deploy the full powers of federal law enforcement agencies and enforcement generally to restore public safety and get dangerous career criminals off of our streets. We're going to get them off. In 2024, Memphis had the highest violent crime rate, the highest property crime rate, and the third highest murder rate of any city in the nation. Other than that, they're doing quite well, thank you.
Let me play that again.
Career criminals off of our streets. We're going to get them off. In 2024, Memphis had the highest violent crime rate, the highest property crime rate, and the third highest murder rate of any city in the nation. Other than that, they're doing quite well, thank you.
Other than that, they're doing quite well. How does he do it?
A person is 4 times more likely to be murdered in Memphis, Tennessee today than in Mexico City. It's been, and you know Mexico City is not a cakewalk.
It's a shithole.
It's been overrun with carjackings, robberies, shootings, and killings. There were 249 murders, 429 rapes, 5,616 burglaries, and 12,522 violent assaults in just the last little while in 2024 and in pieces of 2025, where it's actually gotten worse until recently when we sent the FBI down to see what the hell is going on.
That was one thing, a point he made in a truce not too long ago, that he actually showed the statistics for how bad it had gotten, and then they sent the FBI down. It didn't make any headlines or anything, but he sent the FBI down to start investigating all of this crime. And I'll point out again, note the locations that they're targeting. So they start with DC, which is like the easiest one, the one that they have the most jurisdiction over, the one that they have that's the closest, the one that makes the most sense. It's the nation's capital. They capitalized on, if you remember, way back in yesteryear, they capitalized upon Doge, upon Big Balls, their Doge boy, getting mugged, fighting off his attackers like a hero. And then they basically nationalized DC, got their proof of concept, then they go to Chicago. Deep hub of regime enemies. And also a very important port city. Now they're going to Memphis and New Orleans. More very important cities for intracontinental travel and shipping.
Last month, a vicious thug carjacked an elderly woman parked at the movie theater, dragged her out of the car, and body slammed her into the pavement, where she is still trying to recover. Probably won't be successful. So we're not going to allow this kind of savagery to destroy our society anymore. We're stopping it. We're doing it one by one, time, but we want to go quickly.
And it's wild now that this was the biggest, worst issue. Everything was all Everyone was all, ah! And now it's just become normal, commonplace. We're getting continued deportations. We're getting the militarization of these crime-ridden cities to crack down on all this violent crime, all these deep blue hubs. And it's just continuing right along. So everybody is all like squirrel. And not to say that a massively traumatic political assassination isn't like an important thing to pay attention to, but everyone's now focused on the investigation and who did it and who is behind it and all these different NGOs and how are they going after them and all that. This is part of the same battle. Sending the military into these cities, clearing them up, this is part of the exact same conflict. Going after, because the NGOs that are facilitating this sort of crime and the vote rigging and all that other stuff are the same ones that are sponsoring the radical terrorists that are fomenting all of the violence that leads to things like political assassinations. This administration is doing an insane number of things all at the same time. Tikon says they must have huge plans because 150,000 ICE apps and they're still asking for more. Oh yeah, we got to get more funding. Not nearly enough funding for ICE. It's only the third largest military organization in terms of budget in the world. Needs to be much larger. Needs to be number one.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
The lightning and the sun is a spiritual exploration of the esoteric function of Uncle Mustache. This synthesis frames National Socialism not as mere politics but as a mythic, traditionalist religion aligned with Hindu cosmology. Orange Vishnu cometh.
Very, very strange things are happening. More from a Vishkar Reich. Yes, it does seem as if the trend is toward a globalist movement of social nationalism. Isn't that funny? Augustine says, I have zero law enforcement experience. What should I be applying for? I saw 95% nurse positions yesterday. I mean, I guess it depends. I don't think that you need to have any law enforcement experience to apply for ICE. They are inundated with applications, so it's possible that you could apply, and if you don't have law enforcement experience, you might not go straight to the top. But I would say apply anyways. You never know, especially if you're willing to relocate from where you are. Jukebox Wizard says, is this showing up against a coup? Hard to think things would ever be kinetic enough to protect logistics and communications if this was part of the calculus. I'm sure that that's part of it, showing up against a coup. And also I would say it's part of ensuring the, honestly, it kind of floats in the background. It doesn't get nearly as much attention, but the economic conditions are a big part of the radicalization of the younger generations. If you want younger generations to not be getting sucked into tranny cults and that sort of thing, you've got to give them some purpose. They need to have a direction to go. Now, how are these connected? If you need to wildly upscale the productivity of the country, create all sorts of opportunities for jobs, then a big part of that is beefing up the infrastructure and ensuring that for the sake of national security, ensuring that having infrastructure wasting and being inefficient in shipping and transportation of materials and energy costs and all that sort of stuff. These all tie into one big bundle. If you could drastically reduce energy costs, which transportation is a part of that. If you could drastically reduce those costs, that drastically reduces costs everywhere, which by default increases standards of living. So all these, the administration has to I don't think people truly appreciate just how much I see this. Like when I was listening to Nick Fuentes the other day, it struck me. I was like, I think he is just low information on some of this stuff. There was some things that he was citing as having been, like he said, like Alligator Alcatraz got shut down. And there was something else. I can't remember what it was. But in the space of a few minutes, he mentioned both of these things. And I was like, neither of those things happened. Like there were big CNN headlines about it, but neither of those things actually happened. The administration has won on all of these fronts. And all of these things have continued. There's been all this obstruction, all the all the judges, all the prosecutors, all the bureaucratic obstruction and stuff that they've had. But they've just kept slogging forward. And I think people just genuinely don't appreciate just how much they are taking on right now. Going through the bureaucracies, the firings, all of the lawfare, the economic reordering, the mass deportations, the voter fraud. I mean, I can't even think of all the things when I sit down to try to think about it. I sat and I wrote out a bunch of them a couple of months ago, and there was like 25 major initiatives that they were undertaking. That each one individually is on the scale of Obamacare. Like Obamacare was like the defining policy accomplishment of his administration. And this administration is undertaking like a couple of dozen of these things. And each one will touch like a particular bailiwick for a particular person. So they'll be like, oh, they've only made 60% of the progress that I think they should have made on this particular issue. But what they miss is that particular issue would have defined a previous administration. But this administration is making 40 to 60% of progress on all of these issues all at the same time. Despite having personnel issues. Despite dealing with massive obstruction within the bureaucracies, from the judges, from the media. Yeah, bro is shoving multiple admins into one. So, I think people hone in on one particular issue and they just look at how much progress they've made on that particular issue and they assume that the entire full force, this is the most important thing to me, so the whole force of the entire administration must be directed on this one issue. And I feel like they should have made it this far and they've only made it this far, so they're failing. But what they miss is that there's also 24 other major issues like that would have defined any other administration on their own. That they're also driving forward on. They're doing everything they possibly can to remake America as much as conceivably possible within a single presidential term. And this is with a fake majority as well. Add that to all the obstruction. It just blows my mind watching people be like, oh, they haven't done anything, they haven't accomplished anything, they don't care, they're just like punching a time clock and it's all words and no action. I'm like, where on earth have you been? I can't even debate this stuff with you. You don't even it's like I'm having a conversation with someone that's been in a coma for 10 years. And they want to come out and tell me what life has been like for the last 10 years. I'm like, I don't even know what to tell you, man. You were just low information. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat here. This admin is doing more each day than previous administrations did in a month. Yes, Blauvelt. 100%. They're going to breakneck speeds. Yep. Great progress if chained into 8 years advance. 100%. 100%. And I think that once we get through the midterms, then a lot of the friction is going to fall away. Now, who knows what's going to happen? There's going to be... Nobody could have predicted how the last several months were going to go. Nobody could have predicted how the last week was going to go. So there's, making too many hard hard predictions is is kind of a fool's errand. But I suspect that in broad strokes, once they get through the midterms, then things are really, really going to pick up. They're laying all the groundwork now. They're getting a lot of procedural wins now that are difficult and drawn-out slogs. But once they've got those procedural wins locked in, once they've gotten the stamp of approval from the Supreme Court for a bunch of these things, and you might say, oh, you need to go full Andrew Jackson, just tell the courts to go fuck themselves. Yeah, you want them to fail. You are a high time preference ADHD monster. No, it is not time to tell the courts to go fuck themselves. Because you can win every single one of these things in the Supreme Court. So you do the hard work. It draws out. It takes months and months and months and months and months. But once you get through that, you have now established precedent that makes the following things you do that much more legally ironclad. So we got to do all the slow, slogging, hard work up front so that once we get through this point, there is no more hurdles. There's no more barriers standing in the way. Yeah, Melon, it's also insane the amount of communication they managed to do while doing stuff. That is hard. They're just the most competent administration since at least FDR. At least.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
History follows a cyclical pattern of decline from a golden age through successive eras to the current dark age where men against time, exemplified by as an avatar of the Hindu god Vishnu, wage destructive, lightning warfare against modernity's decay. HT.
That was exemplified by AH as an avatar of the Hindu god Vishnu. Wage destructive lightning warfare against modernity's decay. I curse Vishnu. It's almost like we got like a show within a show here. So I do the ASTROLABE, which is a platform for Avishkar Reich here to come do his own show through the tips. Apparently ICE has an open position for historian. Are they logging their lore as they go? That's very interesting. This is exactly what the Jews want you to think. Yeah, life support unplugger. I guess Doomers have an info silo the same as any other group. And I'd say that may be the most important observation of all about the Doomers that's becoming clearer to me is they just simply exist in an info silo. And maybe a year or two ago, they were the ones who knew the stuff that the normies are like they're the ones who knew the real stuff. They had the true knowledge of everything that's going on behind the scenes.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
The administration is doing this in a way that maintains and increases legitimacy because they care about civilization.
Yes! Yes! Yes, willing always. They care about civilization. You can hear it in their rhetoric. They understand that their job is to build this for all Americans and to actually build something that's sustainable and lasting. Not just go for the quick, easy wins on stuff. Like, you have to get some quick, easy wins. But if you're going to do the work, even getting the quick, easy wins isn't quick and easy. So you might as well just do all the hard stuff. And lay a foundation that can then be built upon. Yeah, I think the Doomers just live in an info silo. They're just ignorant. And I mean, if I did too, if this is the only information that I had at my disposal, then yeah, I would be dooming as well. If I only knew like a couple little things here, and there was all these headlines about, like, the great irony here is that a lot of these Doomers are buying way too much into the media that they claim to hate, that very obviously hates them. The breaking slop, yeah. That's why you guys have the ASTROLABE here, so that together we could break through the breaking slop. Arthurian candidate says, Mr. Seuss says, by the way, Grok confirmed J.D. Vance is the first politician to ever cite the Nicene Creed. Okay, good. That's good to know. Arthurian candidate says, I've said many times, winning 2026 is not about persuasion. It's about eliminating fraudulent ballots. Yes. I think simply eliminating fraudulent ballots alone would be enough to win. But they're not just putting all their eggs in one basket either. It was just announced that they're going to do a big convention, a big midterm convention, which is typically not something that the party in power would do. But they're pulling out all the stops. They're going to do everything possible to ensure they will lock down the midterms. Because it's not just about winning the midterms, it's about comprehensively blowing out the midterms. If Trump had won in 2024, but lost the popular vote, he wouldn't have nearly the mandate. He wouldn't have accomplished nearly what he's accomplished. The fact that he not only won, but also won the popular vote meant that there was nothing for the libs to fall back on. Nothing whatsoever. Comprehensively demoralized. Can't even say, well, the majority of the people are against this. So if they win even bigger in the midterms, then that just cements the mandate even more. And so much of the legal stuff has a major political dimension to it. Like, I guarantee you that the more obviously popular and mandated Trump is by the voter, the more likely that the Supreme Court is going to rule in his favor on various things. Because at the end of the day, they're human beings. Especially the swing votes. Thank you, Give It a Year. Go get some sleep. Appreciate you showing up. Yeah, Slutty Milk says the H-1B issue takes a long time because we can't just scrap the program. So maintaining decades of power.
Welcome to the Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
A gifted sub for Heinz, our ketchup boy. Thank you, Give It a Year, you patriot. Congratulations, Heinz. We love our ketchup boy, don't we, folks? Maintaining decades of power is the only way to finally end that. Yep. And there's a lot of like squish Republicans who, if Trump wins an even larger majority in, how would I say this? So like right now he has a fake majority. There's like a whole bunch of squish Republicans that by and large they're just going to follow the political winds, but they're not like dyed in the wool MAGA guys. So you have to buy their votes. They do have leverage that they can force you to give them something in order to get their votes. But the larger that majority gets, the more those types lose leverage. So getting a larger majority actually gets you an even larger majority, if that makes sense. So there might be, I don't know, 10 or 15 senators or congressmen who will, on selective issues, they might dig in a little bit and be like, oh, I don't know. I think you're probably going to have to give me a little something in order to get me to vote for you. But they lose even that leverage if the margin gets even wider. So winning a wider margin buys you an even wider margin than the margin that you won. Slutmoke says anything else like redistricting and outraising the Dems financially via crushing Act Blue and just stealing donors helps us outspend them in the key races. Money matters more in the midterms. Yeah, and that's a really big thing, is that midterms are nearly always defined by money. That's the biggest thing of all, is the money. And right now, the money is overwhelmingly on Trump's side. They let one thing play out in court while starting on another 5 things, spinning a million plates at once. And that right there, we're not going to really talk about the Pam Bondi stuff here tonight, the free speech and all that. Maybe get into that on tomorrow's show. But that right there, that's the work that Pam Bondi has done. That's the utility that she's brought. Is the ability to actually navigate all of these legal cases. She's an extremely experienced lawyer with a ton of connections. So all these wins that they've been getting with the Supreme Court and all the way up through the court system That has to be credited to Pam Bondi. So as you're weighing and evaluating Pam Bondi, those things aren't worth nothing. Mars Monkey says, explain to me again why it would be bad for him to do the Andrew Jackson option. Because you can only do it once. Essentially. And, let's see, how would you say this? So, there's still a large swath of the population that's very squeamish about authoritarian executive power. They're not ready to just throw it all out and be like falling behind Daddy Trump. So it still is prudent for optics reasons, like not just optics cucking, like it's prudent for optics reasons to not pull out the nuclear weapon until you absolutely have no other option. As long as you have other options, and they do have other options because they keep winning everything. And the law ultimately is on their side. So pulling out the nuclear option before you need it diminishes its utility and also scares the hoes. So it hurts you electorally. You got to be very prudent about when you use the nuclear option. I did not know that Curse Vishnu was a cringe walker meme. Interesting. It very much has almost broken containment. I had a couple of people hit me with that this week because I had the JD Vance tweet go viral, and they told me that I must be brown because I like JD Vance. It's just the deepest irony. It's so funny. Okay, let's see. Are they still doing a census? Yeah. Yep, they're still going to do a census. I don't know if they'll get it done before the midterms. I think they're going to try to. But they're definitely going to still do a census. I guarantee the census will be done before 2028. Aspiring Midwit says, ICE historian recovers a text from an agent to his wife back home. My dearest Becky, on this, day 169 of the Great Immigrant Purge, we arrested a 3-foot-tall midget pedo named Pedro. LMFAO, they must go back. Oh, Kino. Someone make that into a short story. Do some AI slop. Make that into a short story. Sluttymoke says, ending even some peripheral visa programs, according to ChatGPT, could take like a year or longer. Like that H4A1 or whatever, ChatGPT tells me ending H1B entirely, even with all the tailwinds, would take a long time. And then you face all the opposition. So Trump has been taking actions that tighten the program to reduce the flow wherever possible. Of course, a remittance tax would help stem the flow of Indians. And I believe they already went 0 to 1 on the remittance tax with the One Big Beautiful Bill. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they introduced one. It's just relatively small. It was like 1% or something like that. But quite literally, 0 to 1. Once you have the remittance tax, then it becomes much easier to increase the remittance tax. Yeah, that's partly why Dems won various Senate seats in 2022. Like when Blake Masters lost to Mark Kelly or Kerry Lake lost to the other senators, they were outspent huge. And all of that spending has dried up. And now, all of the people that were providing that spending are under attack from a whole bunch of different angles all at the same time. And the thing with remittance taxes as well is that that's not just an immigration issue. That's also a foreign policy issue. So when there are legitimate foreign policy consequences to think about if they're negotiating trade deals and military bases and all these sorts of things with other countries. A remittance tax plays a role in that. And you could say, oh, it's stupid and it shouldn't, and they should just take it away and just swing their dick around. But again, it's like the nuclear option. If you have a diplomatic political solution that's not going to cause yourself a whole bunch of headaches, especially when you're spinning all of these plates, then you got to weigh what's going to be the benefit versus the cost of it. And wildly raising the remittance tax all of a sudden and creating a massive economic shock to one of these other nations that you're negotiating with on this thing or that thing is you're giving yourself headaches that you don't necessarily need. This is the biggest thing. All of the doomers and all the panicans, very ironically, they come from the libertarian world. Almost universally, they all came through the libertarian world in one sense or another. Libertarians are very proud of their low time preference. Oh, low time preference, Austrian economics, low time preference, low time preference. And all of the dooming and panicking is extremely high time preference. No, give me my solution now, immediately. The whole world's going to fall apart if I don't get exactly the thing that I ordered on the menu right away now. That is high time preference. And I am so grateful that we have an administration that is not falling into that trap. Of just do whatever, do the big destabilizing, throw a Band-Aid over the thing and just move on and whatever, and all the details will sort themselves out. That would be terrible. That would be the surest way to cause so much chaos and destabilization that the normies, the ordinary people, they couldn't even articulate it, but they would be like, this sucks, I hate this, I'm out. Give me something else. They need to stabilize, not destabilize. Trust Blansar says, people spurg about Bondi, but forget Gigaju actually runs her agency. Yes. Right. That's why, you get a big spurg and everyone has a cow and says, this is the worst thing ever, just fire her now, and then whatever. It's happened before, it's going to happen again. You're literally dealing with the guy who's known for, you're fired. I'm pretty sure he's going to know when to fire her. And I'm not a fan of her. When she was first announced, I talked to a person who would know very well, an extremely well-connected source, and said, "Give me the read on her." And he said, "She is extraordinarily loyal. She is loyal to a fault to Donald Trump. She's also a total diva for press conferences. All she wants to do is just do press conferences." So he said, as long as he can capitalize on her loyalty, she's going to stick her foot in her mouth in press conferences. And that's exactly what's happened. So, if that's a reputation that she's had, I'm sure that they probably had a sense that may be how it is going in. And yeah, perhaps they need to pull her out. But anyways, we'll talk about that more another time. I've got more stuff I want to get to today. Yeah, Austin Trees says, someone posted about every 80 years we get a king-like leader, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, FDR, and now 80 years later, so Trump dog 47. Yeah, that's a Yarvin observation. Very much. Yeah, the scare the hose variable is always lost on autists. Right. And the thing the autists have to realize is that the hose wildly outnumber them. Mr. Buttpoop says, my president understands the importance of the Ho caucus. Ho caucus is one of the funniest phrases I've ever heard. Don't scare the hose. Okay, let's keep this going here. I'm never gonna get, holy crap. Yeah, I just scrolled to the bottom of the chat. I was never gonna catch up at that rate. So, this is another rather significant thing that has also flown under the radar. Details on the remaining steps in the process to confirm Trump's nominees en bloc. Now he says Seth Levy here spells it en bloc this way. And this way. It's actually ENBLOC. What's been happening is the Senate has, in the Senate, they have been, the Democrats have been using every possible procedural delay that they possibly can, every possible thing they possibly can, to slow and obstruct and delay Trump's nominees. So here we are. It's September, and Trump still has I think still like a couple hundred of his nominees that have not yet been approved to move into their positions. So everything that's happened thus far is with them still operating shorthanded. Can you believe that? Everything that they've done has been while they're shorthanded. Oh, got a couple of other tips that just came in. Let's hit these real quick.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Take a break for an Erika.
Your wish is my command, George Floydian Rhapsody. Oh no, it didn't play. Hold on. Come on. Hold on a second. I think I hit play while the alert was still up and the alert blocked the... Auf der Heide blüht ein kleines Blümelein. Und das heißt Erika. Is it going to play again? Okay, I thought there was a possibility it might play again. And then another tip here.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Has no enlightened sage, but a thunder god for our polluted skies, flawed, furious, and fated to burn it all down. Whether he ushers the golden age or merely in the inferno preceding it, Trump stands against time's tide, a lightning rod in the storm.
Time's tide, time's tide. He's no enlightened sage, but a thunder god for our polluted skies, flawed, furious, and fated to burn it all down. Whether he ushers the golden age or merely is the inferno preceding it, Trump stands against time's tide, a lightning rod in the storm. Poetry from Avishkar Reich. Okay, so they've been obstructing all of these nominees, and now the Senate, you heard rumors about this maybe if you've been following the right people, you've heard rumors that they were planning on changing the rules so that instead of having to take each nominee one by one, and they do like the nominee, and then they do the they have their debate, and then they do their filibustering, and each one goes really, really slowly, and it takes forever. They need a way to get a whole bunch of them all approved all at the same time. They've had a plan for this, and here's what it is. This is from Chad Pergram. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Senate Finishing Gambit to Accelerate Confirmation of Low-Level Trump Nominees. Senate Republicans are still not done with their effort to alter Senate procedure to expedite the confirmation of blocks of President Trump's non-cabinet and judicial nominees all at once. But if all goes according to plan, Senate Republicans should be able to confirm the nominees in question by the end of the week. The Senate votes tonight, and this was, is this yesterday? Yeah. So yesterday, the Senate votes tonight to adopt the new executive resolution, which Senate Majority Leader John Thune engineered to make it easier to approve batches of lower-level nominees in one fell swoop. Thune will likely file cloture, which is the method to cut off debate in the Senate, on the actual block of 48 nominees, which he hopes to confirm as a slate later today. By rule, there must be 1 day before the Senate can vote to break a filibuster on the slate on nominees. That will ripen for a vote on Wednesday, with Tuesday serving as the intervening day. So, what was it here? They vote tonight to adopt the new executive resolution. Then he files cloture. Then there has to be an intervening day. So Wednesday is the day to watch. Today was the intervening day. So tomorrow is the day to watch. That block of nominees will not score the 60 votes necessary to break a filibuster. Again, they have a fake majority and they don't have the supermajority. But Thune will switch his vote to be on the prevailing side. In this case, the noes. So Thune will vote with the Democrats and the Republican squishes that will not vote to get the 60 necessary to break the tie. So, sorry, on the opposite side. So he's going to vote with the noes. He's going to vote down his own resolution and then order a revote. Senate rules allow a senator on the winning side of an issue to call for a new vote. Thune will then make a point of order that the precedent of the Senate should be a simple majority to break a filibuster on a block of lower-level nominees like this. The chair, J.D. Vance, will rule against Thune. Now, there's probably going to be people who are going to chimp out about this. Thune is voting with the Democrats, and J.D. Vance is voting it down, and it may happen fast enough that there isn't time for people to freak out about it. But Thune is going to vote on the Democrat side, then he's going to call for a revote, then he's going to make a point of order, that the precedent of the Senate should be a simple majority to break a filibuster. Instead of needing 60, you just need 51. When he makes that point of order, J.D. Vance will rule against him. But that's what Thune wants. He will then appeal the ruling of the chair that it is in fact a simple majority to break a filibuster on a batch of nominees like that. If the Senate then secures a simple majority to overrule the chair, Thune will have established a new precedent for this type of slate for nominees. This is the nuclear option. You may have heard of the nuclear option in the past. This is the nuclear option in the Senate. So what they're doing is they're engineering the circumstances where all they need is a simple majority. So they engineer a circumstance where they just need a simple majority to overrule the chair, and now you have a new precedent for how these sorts of things are voted on in the Senate. So what this means is in the future, yeah, the Democrats could use this against them in the future. This is why everyone's like, oh, do we want to break the filibuster? Do you want the nuclear option? Here's parliamentary politics for you. Thune will then ask that the Senate revote the failed vote to break a filibuster. That is Thune's right since he changed his vote earlier. But rather than 60 votes to break a filibuster, it will only take a simple majority. That is the new precedent for breaking a filibuster for low-level nominees. After the Senate burns off its post-cloture time on Thursday, the Senate will finally vote to confirm this batch of 48 nominees. This is like reading the Talmud. Yes. This is parliamentary politics at its finest. And so what that'll mean then is they will no longer have to go through all the filibustering and all the Democrat obstruction. It'll just take a simple majority, which they'll have, and with J.D. Vance as the fallback if they need it. So then all of those 48, instead of going one by one by one by one by one, they'll all get approved all at the same time. Okay, let's watch this video of Greg Gutfeld, who's getting fed up with Jessica Tarlov on this matter of both sidesing political violence.
Yes, we don't need it. What is interesting here is why is only this happening on the left and not the right? That's all we need to know. There's absolutely no cognitive...
What about Melissa Hortman that we just talked about?
You want to talk about Melissa Hortman? Did you know her name before it happened? None of us did. None of us were spending every single day talking about Mrs. Hortman. I never heard of her until after she died.
She doesn't matter?
Don't play that bullshit with me. You know what I'm saying is there was no demonization, amplification about that woman before she died. It was a specific crime against her by somebody who knew her.
I love that Giga Greg here, Grugfeld, yeah, that Giga Greg here is is just totally redefining the language that could be used on network television. He's just dropping the curses all the time now.
Now, you could bring up Josh Shapiro, but then you will not bring up, for example, that was a pro-Palestine person. So don't use your, what about this? The fact of the matter is the both sides argument not only doesn't fly, we don't care. We don't care about your both sides argument. That shit is dead. For one thing, there is no cognitive dissonance on our side. On your side, your beliefs do not match reality, so you're coming up with these rationalizations like, what about this or what about that? We're not doing that because we saw it happen.
You know what that reminds me of?
No, we're not doing that. You're getting called a slur. I don't know which one. Whichever one I feel like saying at the moment. You're getting called a slur.
I don't know why, but that's what that made me think of when he's like, we don't care.
We saw a young, bright man assassinated, and we know who did it. We are not coming up with rationalizations. We are calm, we are honest, and we are resolute. We're not defensive, and I understand the defensiveness. I understand why people are saying, what about this and what about this? Because if you have to face the underlying fact to this, your life is going to fall apart because you're going to realize you're not the good guys. If you sat around and you defended the mutilation of children, you're not the good guys. If you sat 600, 700 cases of harassment against Republicans, and you said, but what about this? What about this? And then you see this murder after calling somebody a fascist, you realize maybe I'm not the good guy. That is a hell of a realization to deal with. So therefore, you have to grasp at rationalizations. You don't have to do that, Jessica. They do. I don't believe you're part of that group, but why the hell do you have to mimic and echo that crap to us? He was a patsy. That guy was a patsy. He was under the hypnotic spell of a direct-to-consumer nihilism, the trans cult. And you
Direct-to-consumer nihilism. That is a bar. I swear, Greg Gutfeld is like, he would do a fantastic Gilbert Gottfried. Look at that. I bet you he could do a tremendous Gilbert Gottfried if he wanted to.
He was under the hypnotic spell of a direct-to-consumer nihilism, the trans cult, and you know that. If you can decide that biology is false, you can agree that murder is okay and that humanity is expendable. How you cannot see that alone and see that for what the evil it is without having to attach all of these other things is beyond me.
I just want to be clear, and I want to let people speak. I in no way intended at all to minimize what happened to Charlie. I was horrified by it. I have not been on.
She's like the inverse Scott Jennings. You know, you have Scott Jennings, his whole job is just to go on these CNN panels and just bat these faggots around for fun. She's like the mirror image. Her job is to go on what is this? Is Fox and Friends or I don't know. I don't watch Fox News. Her job is to go there and just get beat the hell up by Greg Gutfeld.
On the five.
But the two sides argument, well, it's like pig Latin to a duck.
No, all that I was saying is
pig Latin to a duck. Greg's cooking.
Could we have all of the information before you just say they did this? Because that is a broad brush to paint with this. And this kid
Let's
does
have
seem...
a conversation.
No.
Charlie had a conversation. He got shot. Look, I'm sorry, Jessica. I'm sorry.
Look at Jesse Waters. Look at him. The five. This is like entertainment for boomers. This is where the boomers find out what all the young kids are talking about.
All right, you weren't here for a week. You came in here and it's cold, and I'm sorry. But this is a story that is immune to news cycles. It's immune to rationalizations. It's immune to bias. This thing is with us for good. And we all have to deal with that. So that means we can't live by the same arguments that you might be reading about relativism among the media. We can't deal with those stories. It doesn't matter. The media is dead to us on this story. They built this thing up. We're dealing with it. We're going to act. We don't care what the whataboutism is anymore. That shit's dead. Sorry. For the swearing as well. I apologize to the American public. I'm going to shut up for the rest of the show.
Please don't, Greg. Keep it up, man. Oh, so beautiful. Okay, got a couple of tips here, and then the next thing, we're going to talk a little bit about the most recent Starbucks scandal, and then we're going to talk about free markets. So, first of all, we got this one.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Critics might counter that Trump's bombast is too crass, too entangled in Kali's spectacle, reality TV roots, golden escalators. Yet that's the point. In device view, the archetype cloaks itself in the age's vulgarity to implode it. Hail the disruptor.
The archetype cloaks itself in the age's vulgarity to implode it. I'm almost smart enough to understand this stuff. This is very good. The archetype cloaks itself in the age's vulgarity to implode it. It's like he's the apotheosis of the age's vulgarity. He takes it to such an extreme that it breaks it. It's a feature, not a bug.
White man is back, baby! The white man is back!
I just tagged you. And then look at Massey's reply in the quotes thread. It'd be hilarious if it weren't also said.
Okay, so let me see what this is here from Thuglican. Hold on. Calling an audible mid-show. Popping this up here. Make sure I've got it in the right order. What is this? Thomas Massey. Oh, okay. Oh, Thomas. Thomas Massey was just the only Republican who voted against bills requiring D.C. to charge people aged 18 to 24 as adults and lowering the age to 14 that people in D.C. can be tried as adults for first-degree murder, sexual assault, armed robbery, and assault. Why? One nay. Why? I don't get it. So a bill that requires DC to charge people aged 18 to 24 as adults and lowers the age to 14 that people in DC can be charged as adults, specifically for first-degree murder, sexual assault, armed robbery, and assault. I'm sorry. If you're 14 and you're committing first-degree murder, sexual assault, armed robbery, or assault, if you're 14 doing something like that, you're an adult. I cannot fathom what the justification would be for voting against this. Let me get this straight. Congress, this is from Massey. Let me get this straight. Congress wants to prosecute 14-year-olds as adults, but they don't want to prosecute adults who sexually abuse 14-year-olds. Release the Epstein files. From future Moldovan citizen fan, the Jews want poor young black men to be charged as adults when they commit horrific violent crimes in our nation's capital. Sorry, but not on my watch. He's got to have an angle. There's got to be an angle on this. Yeah, it did pass. I just cannot believe that he has fallen off this hard. He's got to have an angle. What's the utility in all of this? In this current time, what is the utility in all of this? You know, prior to the last few months, I was always kind of like, whenever Trump would call him a grandstander. I was like, I like him. I understand I think he's a good man. But now I can't help but see it. What is this accomplishing apart from grandstanding? Yeah, Arthurian candidate, I was a big fan 4 months ago too. Is this he has such a tremendous legacy, and he's been such a good man for so long that I feel like there has to be some other angle on this that we're just not seeing right now. I'm straight up coping here. It's not the first time. There's been times in the past when he did something I was just like, wait, why would you do that? And then I heard him give his explanation later on as to what his reasoning was. I was like, oh, actually, that kind of makes sense. Now I understand. he wasn't just being a pain in the ass. Like, he actually had a rationale for it. I don't remember the details, but I just remember having that line of thought in the past. But I don't. At this point, I don't know what he's. I can't imagine that the people of Kentucky, his constituency, is hoping that he can go up there to Capitol Hill and throw a stick in the spokes of everything that's going on right now just to get the Epstein list revealed. I'm sure there's some people that are there. But his job is to represent his constituents, not his own bailiwick. The only thing I'm going to bury my head in cope until there is no alternative. Maybe we're already there. I don't care. I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to bury my head in cope on this. That the whole premise here is that the administration is holding on to the Epstein list as blackmail, because as soon as they stop using it, as soon as they start publishing stuff from it, then it's no longer useful as blackmail. And obviously there isn't a list, but just in speaking colloquially here, the Epstein list. And I'm just going to hold on to this belief that he has had some dark, shadowy meetings with Stephen Miller. And he's playing opposition.
Man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Messi can be understood as agents of the Kali Yuga, the dark age of materialism, egalitarianism, and spiritual decay. These figures, consciously or not, serve as defenders of the entropic status quo. They align with what Devi calls men in time.
I mean, yeah, that's certainly what it seems like. That's certainly the... I don't understand how you could say his brain... What happened to his wife just broke his brain, and he's on the warpath now, and he doesn't give a shit about anything else, and he's just motivated by his rage at what happened, which is understandable, but also like go let me pull a Rand Paul on him. Go read about Harvey Dent. There's no utility in this. I'm just going to continue to cope on this for as long as I possibly can. That they're working some kind of a pincer operation. Where on one hand you have the administration being like, "What? No, there's nothing there." And then you have Thomas Massey, who's the sore thumb sticking out. It's like, "Give us the Epstein list, give us the Epstein list, give us the Epstein list." And it's keeping people on edge and never know what to expect or something like that. That's the only thing that I can just barely cling to, but he's making it really frickin' hard. Can you repeat that last chat? Yeah, he said Massey can be understood as agents of the Kali Yuga, the dark age of materialism, egalitarianism, and spiritual decay. These figures, consciously or not, serve as defenders of the entropic status quo. They align with what Devi calls men in time. Yeah, I mean, and that's certainly how it appears to be. And the only bit of cope that I can hold on to is that this is an intentional operation that's being done. That's all I've got. That's it. Otherwise, it's just like, it just seems like he's just lighting his political career on fire, chasing after, like, his... In the current time, now is not the time for your own personal little hobby horses. Now is the time to lock in as a party and rally around the frickin' mandate. He wants to be on TV. Yeah, and see, like, that's not the Thomas Massey that I've always known. The dude he's a literal engineer. Totally off the grid house, rigged up with the Tesla battery, great father, loving husband, Wonderful man, one of the greatest men of character that I've ever seen, who just seems to have completely lost his marbles over the past few months. And it certainly seems like he publicly is giving the appearance of a guy who has lost his marbles. But I feel like he's too smart for this. Which is why I've just got to keep coping on it, because I've loved the man too much, and I cannot bring myself to believe that this is what he's reducing himself to. So, I told you guys to go order a Majestic Mint Tea, Charlie Kirk's favorite Starbucks drink, and I know some of you guys did. And I'd said, try to give his name. Well, look what happened in Yucaipa.
You want 2 honey? 2? Okay. Hi, let me get a grande mint majesty with 2 honeys.
Let me ring up over here, okay?
Okay.
Perfect. What else today?
That's it.
Perfect. What was the name for the order? Or actually, you need a name.
The name is Charlie Kirk.
We can't do political names, but it didn't even ask for a name to begin with, so it's going to be $3.75, okay?
Oh my God. Oh my God. The stuff of nightmares. Ah! Starbucks needs to be brought to heel.
Okay. Oh, but can you write the name on the cup?
The sticker won't print.
Oh, you can't write on it?
I could, but I could write Charlie.
Why can't you write the whole name?
Because it's political.
Political?
Yes, yeah. Let me start your...
Ah!
Political?
Yes, yeah.
Ah! Look at that face. That is... I would not trust this person. There is some dark energy behind those eyes.
Yeah, let me start your TV, okay? And it's going to be $3.75 today.
You know what? Forget it. I don't want it.
And I'm absolutely positive this isn't this chick, this employee girl, whatever. She's not the one making that policy. I guarantee you that this is an actual Starbucks policy. Wow, how convenient that is. I guarantee you they would have had zero problem with writing George Floyd. That wouldn't have been a problem. But no. We're non-political. We're an apolitical organization. No, we can't write that name. It's political.
I don't really care, Margaret.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
The solar principle, masculine and vital. Ultimately, those opposing Trump in this framework fear the solar harmony he implicitly represents, a return to natural hierarchies, national sovereignty, and unapologetic vitality that the Kali Yuga suppresses.
The solar principle, masculine and vital. Ultimately, those opposing Trump in this framework fear the solar harmony he implicitly represents, a return to natural hierarchies, national sovereignty, and unapologetic vitality that the Kali Yuga suppresses. I can't get this Massey thing out of my head. Because he's never struck me as someone who would fear a return to natural hierarchies or national sovereignty, unapologetic vitality. Like those. Yeah. Anyways. So, let's talk about so-called free markets. I read you guys this tweet the other day from Michael Knowles about what it takes to have a, quote, free marketplace of ideas. And Kangman Lee here says, Someone deleted their post. I don't remember what it was. But imagine still believing this after seeing millions gloating over Charlie's death. I don't agree with what you say, but I will die to defend your right to say it. Boomer mindset will die in this generation. It's how we got into this mess in the first place. And the lol cow himself, Seth Dillon. Your bad ideas, one of which is that we shouldn't have a free marketplace of ideas, will lose in the free marketplace of ideas. And of course, I defend your right to advance them. Oh, what a hero. What a hero Mr. Seth Dillon is. And this is what I wrote. Markets are never free. Where they exist, the cost to establish and uphold them is borne by someone. This was a thing, there was a big part of me breaking out of the libertarian mind rot that I was stuck in for a while, is realizing that there is no such thing as a free market. In fact, thinking of a market as free, and this is a great way, if you really want to make a libertarian just chimp the hell out, then tell them that equate free markets to free education or free healthcare. Because it's the exact same concept. Markets are not free. If you experience the market as free, that's because somebody is bearing the cost to make it free for you. And you trading acorns for someone else's screwdriver is not a free market. That's a private transaction. A market is a very specific thing. And for it to be free, someone has to make it free, which means someone has to uphold the law and enforce the law that ensures it is free. They do not just exist in a vacuum. A market is a very particular social arrangement. And the only way for it to be free is if someone is making it free for you, is bearing that cost to make it free for you. That cost comes at a cost. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The cost of the free marketplace of ideas is a baseline expectation that particular levels of decorum and constraints upon subject matter are demanded of all participants and enforced by a few. Just as an actual marketplace can only exist with a baseline of law enforced by state power. The notion that all ideas are equal is transparently farcical. Some ideas are better than others. Some ideas are so bad that to include them in the marketplace of ideas functionally eliminates it. In the same sense that unconstrained theft or purchases forced at gunpoint would eliminate the existence of an actual market. So if you have a market, like a market where you go and you trade things, and people are just permitted to go up and steal stuff and walk away with it, and there's no enforcement mechanism to prevent that, you no longer have a market. You don't have a market in an environment where people are free to just steal and there's no enforcement mechanism against it. The market no longer exists. For there to be a market, a free market, there has to be some sort of rules and structure around it whereby there's an agreed implicit understanding that I'm going to exchange something of value that you accept in return for your thing of value that I accept, and we're going to meet in the middle and we're going to have this exchange. And someone has to define those constraints and then enforce them. So if you're going to talk about ideas as a marketplace, which is kind of a gay premise to begin with, but hey, whatever. This is the way people think about it. We'll work with it. If you're going to talk about a marketplace of ideas, where there's this free exchange of ideas, and I'm going to go and I'm going to engage in this marketplace, and I'm going to be like, let me consider the wares that you're selling, and let me present to you the wares that I'm selling, and we're going to have an exchange of ideas here. That presumes a baseline set of expectations to maintain that market. And there are some ideas that cannot be present within that marketplace without detonating the marketplace. It's noble to defend the expression of ideas you disagree with. It is evil to defend the expression of evil ideas. Who determines what ideas are evil? As with an actual market, the rules and constraints are determined by power. It doesn't matter if that makes you squeamish, it's an irreducible fact, and arguing with it is like arguing that sex isn't biological. I'm not advocating that the rules and constraints be determined by power. I'm describing it. They are determined by power, and they always will be. The functioning of a marketplace, of goods or ideas, rests upon a delicate balance, and it is the belligerent free speech advocates like Seth Dillon who most threaten that balance by, willfully or not, it doesn't matter, seeking to subvert the power that upholds the marketplace of ideas by advocating for the tolerance and inclusion of evil ideas. They occupy a parallel category to the compassionate leftists who defend poor people shoplifting. They fancy themselves champions of virtue when they're really just advocates of crime. Those free speech advocates, the whole I don't, what was the stupid phrase? I don't agree with what you say, but I'll die to defend your right to say it. That's very noble. But there are certain ideas that should not be defended. They cannot be said. They will not be said without consequences. Every society has blasphemy laws. Some societies, some micro-societies, their blasphemy laws are directed toward the suggestion that there should be blasphemy laws. So you could say, well, there shouldn't be blasphemy laws. You are advocating for a blasphemy law. Do you realize that? When you say there should not be blasphemy laws, you are proposing a blasphemy law. There will be blasphemy laws. Because deep down, every single person understands that there are some things that cannot be said. And someone who says them must be forcibly prevented from saying them or experience the consequences of saying them. Yeah, does that apply to itself? Got him. Yes. That's a great little life hack. When you have this thing, you're questioning this thing, apply it to itself and see what happens. There shouldn't be blasphemy laws. There's a blasphemy law. You cannot get rid of blasphemy laws. There will be blasphemy laws. So, this idea that force should never be used against people simply for speech, that all speech should be allowed, because we believe in free speech. In the same sense that the compassionate leftist, so-called, who says, oh, that poor person, they're going to starve, so they should be allowed to just steal. It's wrong to prevent them from stealing. It's wrong to enforce property laws to prevent them from stealing. The people that say, I will defend your right to say whatever you want because of free speech, it's the exact same person. They're subversives. This is anti-civilizational behavior, and I'm sure many of them mean well. I know that when I believe that way, I meant well. This is what happens when you have a society that has departed from the church. This notion that people should be able to say whatever they want because of the free marketplace of ideas is decidedly anti-Christian. Explicitly anti-Christian. It is completely inconceivable that you could suggest that there could be a Christian nation or a Christian society that did not have blasphemy laws. Are you kidding me? That's the origin of the phrase in our society. When people say blasphemy laws, they're not thinking of pagan Rome. They're thinking of Christian societies and blasphemy. No, you are not free to blaspheme publicly. You're not free to call for violence against innocents publicly. You're not free to glorify murder publicly. There's a whole list of things that you are not free to say. And it is more than appropriate for the authorities in question to use force to compel people to either not say that or to punish them when they do say those things. And this is a Christian principle. We've got a tip from Thomas Massey himself. Hello? Loading, 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 loading. Why is it not working? Hello?
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
It's not difficult. I'm just a cunt.
Fair. Okay, so there's a couple of things that in the commentary on Tyler Robinson, I've seen a lot of people, or I haven't seen a lot of people talking about these things. So I want to share these, and I'm sure we'll talk more about this in the future. But these are just the first things that I wanted to get off my chest. First of all, this is one of his classmates, one of Tyler Robinson's classmates.
I went to school with this Tyler Robinson kid. I'll show y'all. That's him right there, Tyler Robinson. I'm not trying to clout chase, make this shit about me, but I'm not gonna say I knew this kid really well. I didn't know him very well at all, but I definitely saw him for 3 straight years in high school. And the best way I could describe him is just like a Reddit kid. I don't know, I feel like if you were in high school around that same time, and even probably now, 2018, and then those kinds of kids, but that's exactly what he was. All I'm gonna say is this is the kind of shit that happens when you spend way too much time online, and all of a sudden your beliefs are all the way this way or all the way this way, and you do some dramatic shit to please these people that are not your friends. This internet shit is seriously no joke.
So that's from a classmate of him, and again, I'm not going to take a hard position either way on what the whole narrative is behind him and how he did it and who motivated him to do it and why he did it and all of that. It doesn't matter that much to me. Either way, there is this guy named Tyler Robinson, and there's people who know him, and they're describing him. And so, in this case, this is how his classmate's describing him. His classmate doesn't seem to be super surprised that that he did it, or that people are claiming that he did it. Also confirms that he was Reddit-brained. This is the saddest picture I've seen in a long time. This was posted on his mom's Facebook. Amber Jones Robinson, December 25, 2013. So this was Christmas, 12 years ago. So he's 10 here. Says, almost forgot Tyler. He can totally avoid us now that he got all of the computer accessories he's been wanting. And I just kind of wanted to dwell on this for just a moment. Because this here is a little kid. Nobody had any idea that 12 years from this point, that he was going to be at least accused of, plausibly accused of, committing one of the most horrifying public assassinations ever. But you can see right here what led him to the point where he wound up in that situation. This is a cautionary tale. I know I'm being careful with how I say this. Florida Girl says, do we believe he did it? Like I said, I'm not going to weigh in on whether or not I think it was him or whatever. Either way, Tyler Robinson is a real person. He is currently arrested. He's currently being charged for all of this. And he has people in his family and his friends and stuff who were all claiming that he did it. Or at least claiming that they find it believable. So either way, whether he did it or not, He is now in this situation. And there was a whole sequence of decisions and choices and behaviors and stuff that led up to that point. Personally, I think he did it. But I'm not going to go argue with anyone about it. If someone wants to say he didn't, whatever. I'm not going to argue with you about it. Either way, whether he did or did not, I don't think you could say that he was, what do the kids say, having a normal one. He was obviously in a whole bunch of social circles that were very bad. And living with a tranny, dating a tranny. From a family that, like, I've scrolled through a bunch of the pictures and stuff of her social media. And it seemed like, you know, social media, you can present kind of anything you want. So you can't necessarily draw really hard conclusions. But it seemed like a pretty relatively wholesome, conservative, Christian family. And that's what all the reports say. So again, not holding any of this stuff super tight, just is what it is. And 12 years ago, people weren't thinking of computers and video games and stuff in the same terms that they do now. This is pretty relatively early in the social media world. Like 2013 is when like all of the boomers were starting to get on Facebook. They'd been on Facebook for like a couple of years at that point. Twitter hadn't become a major social phenomenon yet. 12 years ago was a long, long time in internet terms. So I'm sure his parents had no idea what they were opening him up to. Yeah, Willing Always. That was exactly my thought as well. My heart breaks for the child in that picture. It's just a kid, just a little kid, just playing, wearing his Hulk jammies, super happy on Christmas Day, with such a dark, dark future ahead of him. My heart breaks for his family. And his dad turned him in, knowing full well that the entire world was going to call for him to be executed. Pray for that family, man. I cannot imagine what the sort of pain that they're going through right now. Yeah, Omega Gamma, his father gave the $1.15 million reward to the Kirk family. Here's a video of him. The only video that I've seen of him, apart from the stuff at the crime scene, and then since he's been arrested and was in front of the judge today. And this here is, as soon as you see this video, it's short, 17 seconds. But if you've known the kids like this, you're going to know exactly what he is as soon as you see this video. I've known the kids like this.
Okay. Congratulations. You have been selected to receive the Resident Presidential Scholarship from Utah State University. The value of this scholarship is approximately $32,000. This scholarship is available for 4 years or 8 semesters.
Short clip. But in that there, you can see exactly what he is. The dude's like autistic as hell. I've known so many kids like this. Yeah, I know that kid. He did something absolutely horrifying, and I don't want to diminish that. But you've got to realize how much of a fucking tragedy it is that he wound up down the path that led him to doing that. And someone with that, like, I mean, I've known kids like that. They're, how do I want to say this? It's not that they're not responsible for their actions, but they're diminished. They're so easy to take advantage of. And if we're gonna accept the just the narrative that we're being presented. Within that frame, I would say 100%, he was the patsy of the friend group that he wound up in. He was friends with a bunch of people who motivated him to do this. He was a victim. He is a victim in this. Life's complicated, man. He was the villain and the victim simultaneously. I feel like his family is going to spend the rest of their lives replaying every memory they have of him, thinking, where did we go wrong? How did we let this happen? And they're not going to be able to take it back. Everyone's focused on the Kirk family, and rightly so. But don't forget the Robinson family. I've seen a lot of people debating about, like, was it good or bad that his father did what he did, and people talking about, oh, betraying blood and all of that. And I just got to say, if that's where your mind goes in all of this, you need to go spend some time in prayer, man. Like, if you want to turn this into like this is what we do on the internet. We just talk about these sorts of things. Like, you cannot even comprehend what it would be like to face those kinds of decisions. And the fucking balls that you have to have. And it's not balls, even. That almost makes it sound cool. It's not balls. It's fucking autism. It's soullessness. To try to Monday morning quarterback those kinds of decisions. Just purge those thoughts from your head. There's no reason whatsoever for you to dwell on those sorts of subjects. Just be a human, man. Aspiring Midget says if he didn't turn his son in, he'd end himself. The father did the right thing unquestionably. Yeah. I mean, and I don't, like I understand where people are coming from, and they're like, well, you know, do you have your obligation to your family, your obligation to your family versus your obligation to the community and all these sorts of... There are no right answers in this, with this sort of a thing. It's all bad. It's all terrible. It's all horrifying. This is the effect of sin. The purpose of sin is not to push you to the right or push you to the left. The purpose of sin is to drag you into degeneracy so that you destroy your own soul. And so you destroy the souls of the people around you. There's a massive gaping void now and forever in the hearts of his family, his friends, Charlie's family, Charlie's friends. Everyone's a victim in all of this. It sucks, man. I don't have any more thoughts on it than that. But I didn't even really necessarily know if I wanted to talk about some of this stuff because it's just, I don't have anything to contribute to it. Apart from my heart just breaks for everyone involved. And you understand there's going to be all the cottage industry of commentary and speculation and conspiracy theories and all this sort of stuff. And it's just like, these are people. These are human beings that were living their life. On the morning of September 10th, his family woke up and they had a son who, from all appearances, they had a son who was making bad decisions, who I'm sure that they were distressed about. But he's also like a young adult and he's out of their house. And so I'm sure they're praying for him and they're just trying to do their best with no clue what sort of freight train was about to hit him. They went from being just a anonymous, generic American family somewhere in Utah to everyone knows their name and is going to know their name for the rest of their lives. They're never going to go a single day the rest of their lives not thinking about that day, what happened, and every single decision they ever made leading up to it. And we've got to have the capacity to have compassion for their souls as much as we have compassion for the souls of Charlie and his family. That's what equality is. That's the Christian equality that's been perverted. Right, Emperor Atreides. He must be punished, but we can be human beings about it. I guess just don't let that slip out of your head. It's really easy for these to just be abstractions. He's some monster. Oh, I just want him to see him dead, and oh, it'll be all better when he's dead. That is a dangerous place for your heart to be, man. Yeah, First Citizen, the enemy tempts you into committing sin under the guise that you'll be forgiven for it. Then when the sin is over, he accuses you and tells you that God cannot forgive you. Yep. And I'll say this, I said this before, I'll say it again, other people have said it. Charlie would have been the first person in the world to forgive him. And if Charlie had known what was going to happen to him, he would have been there anyways. And then he would have forgiven him. He was the best of us. Yeah, as Joel Webben says, bring water and rope. Give him the chance to repent before administering justice. Yep. The administration of justice is part of the mercy and compassion. Yeah, Emperor Atreides, his death is as much of a symbol as Charlie's was. Yep. How many times must we forgive, Lord? 70 times 7. Okay, so all that being said, let's oof. Inhaled Alp spit. Let's let's listen to our Valhalla Jeet here, talking about some of the details of this. Good night, Jeff Accordion. Thanks for being here, man.
We flexed all resources the FBI had and surged multiple air assets as soon as this shooting occurred. We were cycling in agents, evidence response technicians, hostage rescue technicians, and special operators in and out of Utah, cycling evidence back and forth on these FBI planes as soon as we could so that there was no delay. And what we did, once I got there, along with the deputy on the ground around 5 p.m. local on September 11th, was walk the entire crime scene, including the foots the suspect himself took. And what we learned was there was evidence, DNA evidence that could be collected and had been collected, including a screwdriver that was found on the rooftop. Also, we went over to the scene in the wooded area where the firearm was discarded, and the firearm had a towel wrapped around.
The Valhalla Bad Hockey Club. Oh, the memes. The memes. This is the great thing about the Labe chat, man. We could go from a conversation like that with these profound observations you guys are making in there to Right back to the memes. It's so good. I just realized that we had another tip that came in. Let me play this.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Betrayal by those who appear aligned with the man against time but lack his radical vision. These are the rhinos, mega opportunists, who pay lip service to Trump but recoil from its apocalyptic edge. Their resistance amplifies his disruptive power.
Okay, so betrayal by those who appear aligned with the man against time but lack his radical vision. These are the rhinos, MAGA opportunists who pay lip service to Trump but recoil from its apocalyptic edge. Their resistance amplifies his disruptive power. That's a good observation, actually. That's the, in a sense, whether he's intending to or not, what Massey is doing is actually serving as there's a loop here. There's like a feedback loop, I guess, where it's amplifying, it's building Trump's power levels. So I guess in a certain sense, whether he means to or not, he's still contributing to the plan. A MAGA Oracle on X says, I don't care what people say, I like Valhalla Patel. My man, I do too. Look at my hockey American.
Around it. It's important. I'll get back to that later. I even walked into the wooded area in the ravine, so I knew from my investigative experience what I could bring to the table and what decisions I needed to make. And having the support of President Trump and the full support of the White House was what we needed for these resources to happen. And I can report today that the DNA hits from the towel that was wrapped around the firearm and the DNA on the screwdriver are positively processed for the suspect in custody.
So, Mr. Director, that is vital. That is breaking news and vital information because now you have the casings for the gun. So you connect the gun. Now you got his DNA on it. That's huge. But I also want to get.
By the way, I forgot to include this in one of the shows, but did you guys see the clip of Brian Kilmeade talking about? It was funny because the context of it is he was talking about violent criminals who are homeless, like homeless drifters, violent criminals, but you got the violent criminals part of it was cut off, and the clip that went viral was just him saying, he was like, yeah, or lethal injection, just kill him. And it sounded like Brian Kilmeade saying, just kill the homeless. I was like the Fox hosts have outflanked us, boys. It went super viral, and I had so many people who were so mad at my mentions. I had to reply to one guy. I said, oh, you're the guy who argues with shitposts, right? And I wound up just copying and pasting that to like a dozen other people. Just kill them. Just kill the homeless. Yeah, he went full Sam Hyde.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Terminally online white giga autist political extremist with an interest in the outdoors and guns? Bro could have been one of us, FR. He unironically hoped for life in jail and only access to the Kingpin Discord. The father saw clemency as the only hope.
Yes. Yeah, terminally online white giga autist political extremist with an interest in the outdoors and guns. Yeah. Not a little uncomfortably close to the Kingpin Discord, huh? I have a tweet I'll get to here in a little bit talking about the state of our guys like that.
Just got to interrupt. Sorry, I just got to interrupt. We have the DNA on the screwdriver that was found on the rooftop and the towel that the firearm was wrapped in. The firearm itself, this is a great point. Thanks for raising it.
Yeah, no problem.
That is being processed by ATF laboratories in Maryland, and I believe they'll speak to that at a later date when their process is incomplete. But I just want to let you know the FBI handled the screwdriver and the towel found on
That is important clarification, Mr. Director.
So I got to know, like, what is the thing that I keep seeing everybody say that they take Kash Patel and Bondi and they just say like both of them got to go. They've been terrible, absolute failures. Fire them. And what's the basis for that? I mean, obviously, I'm biased here. Like, I like the guy. I've liked the guy for 5 years. The majority of people who want him fired probably didn't know who he was 5 years ago. I've liked him for 5 years. What's the basis for it? Yeah, Zoomer Dylan, he's brown. I think that's the only basis. I haven't seen like an actual someone being like, well, he's done this, or he didn't do this, or I don't know why people want them fired. I understand why people want Bondi fired, and I'm kind of sympathetic to that. But I don't understand what the issue is with that people have said that like he's totally bungled this entire investigation, and I don't. In what sense? How? Nematoda says Oren was spazzing on Bondi so hard today because she used the phrase hate speech. Yeah, well, I think we'll probably... I didn't have enough bandwidth to include that in today's show. We'll probably talk about it tomorrow because I have some thoughts on that. Mirchuk now says, I'd trust Patel more if he could just look me straight in the eye. Aspiring Midwit says, it's part Epstein files, yawn, and the live tweeting of person of interest in custody last Wednesday. Yeah, so that live tweeting thing, I saw a lot of people who were really spazzed out about it, and I had his notifications on, so I saw the tweets when they came in, and the way I saw it was like, wow, we're actually getting to see what's happening here. And people were like, oh, they said they have this person of interest, and then they let him go. What are they doing? They're so incompetent. And I was like, that actually seems like they're keeping us up to date on exactly what's going on. We got this guy. Is he it? Nope, he's not. We're still looking. We found another person. We're questioning him. He's not it. We're still looking. And furthermore, my first instinct when I heard that was that they're running an operation on this guy. They're pushing this stuff out, knowing that he's probably following what's happening, and they're using that to triangulate something with him. But like either way, like why do you care? Why do you care if he said we have a person of interest, we question them, and then we release them? Why is that a scandal?
I want to get to the 20 members in that group chat. Have they been brought in from questioning? And the group chat that from our reporting that we're hearing is from after the assassination. Do you have the messages from before the assassination?
Well, let me take a step back and tell you what we were doing while we were there and how we were led to the suspect so that this all fits into the puzzle. We, as soon as we learned of the shooting, we were able to, I think Charlie Kirk was shot at...
And here's the other thing. When was the last time that we had, and this is an honest question, I don't have an answer immediately off the top of my head, but when was the last time that we had an FBI director that was updating us in real time on the investigation and giving us like as many details as you could conceivably give? If anything, I've almost felt like they've given too many details. They've almost been too transparent. Like, we're getting real-time updates. They're like, here's what we're doing, here's why, here's how it happened, and, I mean, if you could, oh, it's all fake, they're lying to us. All right, whatever, man. Like, we could play this game all day. Slutty Milk says the FBI has allegedly been going ham on crime for the entire term so far. Like in Memphis, what Trump said, but that doesn't set off the dopamine. That's really good. There you go, guys. Slutty Milk delivering bangers as always. The dopamine. Speaking of that, I actually have a tab here. From Senate Judiciary Democrats. Kash Patel, incompetence exposed. So just realize now, going forward, if you're going to run with the Kash Patel is incompetent line, you are making political bedfellows with the Senate Judiciary Democrats. Just hopefully okay with that. The inexperienced FBI director has purged 5,000 plus dedicated public servants from the FBI. I could have told you this. This wasn't breaking news to me. I mean, the number, 5,000, I knew he'd fired a ton of them because we got reports about it when it was happening. This is what I mean about the dopamine addicts not just being uninformed. They literally are just not up to date on the facts. And it seems like after enough of these happenings, because this is not the first time. I've seen this a bunch of times now with people where they're like, oh, hold on, now I got to reconsider this person. I didn't realize this thing was happening. You'd think after that happened enough times that you'd be like, okay, I'm just going to hold off on like these really vast, wild pronouncements about people within the administration. One of the first things he did when he got in there was started firing people. And then remember, he shut down the old FBI building and moved to a new one. And then he banished a whole bunch of them to, I don't remember where, but they were sent down to another FBI office that's basically the equivalent of exile within FBI culture. He jumped on this from the beginning. We even talked about it here on the show. Talked about, like, this is what he was brought in here for his loyalty to Trump and to start canning people. I have yet to see a doom poster or a panickin who knows more about what the administration has been doing than any of us who have been following this through the Labe and through the King Pill Discord. I have yet to find a single one who brings stuff up and I'm like, oh shit, I didn't know that happened. Oh, now I got to reconsider. No, every single one. They're just uninformed. And it's okay to be uninformed. But at a certain point, it goes from you lose the presumption of good faith. When you keep stepping on this rake over and over and over again. Fell for it again. Fell for the newest doom cycle. But I'm so self-confident. Next time around, I'll know that, actually, the next one, I'm going to be totally confident about it. I know exactly what's happening here. Brian Driscoll, 2 decades of service, awarded the FBI Medal of Valor and Shield of Bravery. Fired by Kash Patel. Total shit lib. Mehtab Syed, nearly 20 years of service, senior leadership in cyber and counterintelligence after counterterrorism assignments, forced out by Kash Patel. 18 plus special agents in charge, top leaders in the field, careers in counterintelligence and cyber operations, all forced out by Kash Patel. Note the theme here. Counterintelligence and cyber operations. Cyber and counterintelligence. Interesting. Look at that. Not me, not you. More incompetence, please. I'm just going to keep, right again. I guess I'll bear this burden of always being right. Someone's got to do it.
12:23 local time on September.
Okay, so back to the narrative here. So he hightailed it out to the site itself, which is another thing. Like the FBI director going directly to the site and go directly to the site and doing the investigation himself. That's a very interesting thing. Now, I haven't been like deeply, closely following every single FBI investigation that's ever been done. But I have a feeling that the FBI director himself and the deputy director going and putting hands on the scene and investigating themselves personally, that seems a little unusual. Which, given the fact that they're at the top of an agency that is overwhelmingly hostile to them, I suspect that this was a matter of ensuring that they were, ensuring that they had hands on and knew exactly what was happening. Cheeky said, Cash about to come. The old sneeze gum.
Puzzle. We, as soon as we learned of the shooting, we were able to, I think Charlie Kirk was shot at 12:23 local time on September 10th. By 12:39 p.m. local time, FBI assets were on scene securing the scene. We then launched at 10 a.m. the next day the first images of the suspect. Myself and the deputy arrived at 5 p.m. local time on September 11th. And then what we did was decided to have a press conference at 8 p.m. local, where we issued for the first time FBI obtained video footage that we seized from the security camera surveillance system, and new images, enhanced images, I decided to release immediately to the public because we were working with the public and the media to find this killer. Shortly after that 8 p.m. release, at 10 p.m. local time, the suspect was in custody. Why? Because the father informed us, pursuant to an interview of him, that he looked at the video that we released that evening and the enhanced photos and identified the suspect. That's how fast the FBI was working to put out information in real time. And for comparative sake, the Boston bombing, the FBI didn't release images for 3 days. We know we didn't have 3 days. I made an executive decision on an investigative and operational need, and it turned out to be the right move because the men and women of the FBI said that's what we should be doing.
Yeah.
More on this, the connection between the images and the video and the thought process behind that in the Dan Bongino interview I'm going to play after this.
We knew when that video was released, we said it here on Fox and Friends, someone's going to recognize this person because someone was friends with him, his family, someone knows this guy. Those images were crystal clear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mellon says people have been saying FBI sucks because dad turned him in as well, which is another thing that I was like, how is that? Like, how is that the FBI sucks? You mean the FBI induced the dad into turning him in? That seems like what it is to me. It wasn't that the dad didn't just go, like, find him out, and they were like, oh, I have no idea who it is. I don't even know where he is. They actually had him, they had cell pings on him already. And his dad turned him in because he saw the frickin' pictures. They identified him because of that. So it was the direct decision of the FBI leadership, Kash, Patel, and Dan Bongino, that created the circumstances whereby the dad would identify him to turn him in. So the dad turning him in has to be a credit to the FBI leadership.
Tell us what you know about his background, his childhood, his father who had to turn him in.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ignore the last question. Going back to the group chats real quick, there's more than 20 individuals. But this is a great point. I want to lay out how this works. People think we can just get in these group chats and immediately find out who's in them. We, the FBI, are the investigatory body supporting multiple prosecutions and ongoing investigations. And that's another point. Our investigation at the FBI is ongoing. And there are scores of people in this Discord chat room. But we have to effectuate legal process. We have to go out there with search warrants so that if prosecutors want to later use this evidence, it's not tainted by being illegally obtained. We, the FBI, are running the investigation pointedly on the Discord chat group. There are scores of individuals that are going to be spoken to. There are also lots of family members and friends that have already been spoken to. And one more point on forensics. We were able to obtain in record time the text message chain between the suspect and his live-in partner, as well as other critical cellular information from our CAS team that analyzes cell phone data towers in the area to pinpoint the locations of the suspect and other individuals he was speaking with. This is critical information that the FBI processed and got to prosecutors so they can lawfully use it in a court of law.
So they had the comms tracking on them. It wasn't that they just had no idea where he was or who he was, and then all of a sudden the dad just showed up and they were like, oh, thank goodness. Oh, we were just totally at a loss. No, they were already narrowing in on him. And I have a feeling that there was more to this going on as well, because you'll notice a few times that he's a little careful about some of the stuff he says, and then especially Dan, in his interview with Megyn Kelly that I'll play here in a minute, is he explicitly says, I have to be careful with some of the stuff that I say because some of these things are still ongoing. Another tip here.
White man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Killmeat went 0.99 Kühles. Impressive. I will never stop making wild and vast pronouncements on everything I'm unsure on. Keep your friends stupid and loyal and your enemies too smart for their own good. Kill the poor, guess the Jews. Death to America.
We love our schizo leafs, don't we, boys? That started off with Killmead went 0.99 Kyles. Impressive. Yeah, for Citizen. Why this no work like movie? Yeah, our very serious elite theorists, political commentators are all like, why is it not working like it does in the TV show?
And our investigation, our interviews continue, but we've learned some shocking things when we spoke to his family and friends as well.
You want to share them? Those shocking things?
Sure. And my job as FBI director is not to speak to motive, is to speak to the facts. And that's what I'm going to do. His family has collectively told investigators that he subscribed to left-wing ideology, and even more so in these last couple of years. And he had a text message exchange, he the suspect with another individual, in which he claimed that he had an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and he was going to do it because of his hatred for what Charlie stood for. Those are factually accurate investigatory findings by the FBI that we've handed over to the local authorities and the federal authorities to make their prosecutorial decisions. But I believe in this instance of such public importance, the public has a right to know. And I've told you I'm committed to transparency, and that's what I'm doing here today.
Why didn't that person that he was talking to, why didn't that person say something?
You know, our investigation is ongoing. That's a great question, and we don't have an answer on that just yet.
So in other words, that person he's talking to is being investigated.
Mr. Director, you're right. Your job is not to speak to ideology, but you do have the BAU, the Behavior Analysis Unit, that are there. And my sources, people that are within the Bureau and outside that used to be FBI, tell me that the BAU has been encouraged not to tackle the transgender issue from an ideology standpoint. Have you heard that? Are you tackling that? I know you've only been there recently. But you can't have a political slant saying we're not going to attack different political ideologies.
Look at my African American over here. Look at him.
You're absolutely right. And that's why me and the deputy have been quarterbacking this investigation ourselves. There is no one at the FBI that's going to politicize this investigation. There's no one at Quantico or anywhere else that is going to say we are not looking at X or Y. We are looking at the facts, and that is why we are releasing the facts in record fashion. If you go back and look at historical cases like Luigi Mangione and the Boston bombing, how long did it take the Bureau to release information to the public? We're not doing that. Those two manhunts took 5 days, and they happened in downtown major metropolises. We apprehended our suspect in 33 hours because we were transparent and open with the American public, and we're going to continue to do that. So anyone that thinks that the FBI is not on top of its game and that me and the deputy and everybody in leadership in our Salt Lake City field office in Quantico is doing anything politically, I'm not having it. And if you've heard anything else about it, they are lying to you. We're on it.
And that's, again, the fact that he says explicitly, me and the deputy, so Dan Bongino, are quarterbacking this because they know full well that they've got an administration full, or they've got an agency full of subversives and traitors. You might say, why did they just fire them all? He's already fired 5,000 of them. But you still have to be able to staff an agency. No, don't use the FBI at all. Okay, what alternative to the FBI are you going to use? What other federal investigatory agency that's not full of subversives and traitors are you going to use? You have to still be able to use the thing. You got to use all the infrastructure, all the personnel, all the trade craft, and all of the equipment, and all of that. That's what you got to work with. So you got to do the best with what you've got. And all of this, like I can't believe it took him so long to find the guy. And he said it here. Luigi Mangione, Boston bomber. They took 5 days in an urban area. I remember in the hours immediately after it, everyone was convinced the dude was going to off himself. There was going to be a shootout, or they were going to find him hanging somewhere, or whatever. Or they weren't going to find him at all. And they found him incredibly fast. Oh, it's just because his dad turned him in. They're the ones who created the circumstances whereby they could induce his dad into turning him in.
That's why it's so important that you came on and we're thrilled you are. A couple other things. I have 2 quick questions. One, is it true what the governor said yesterday, that he had a written note that you're looking into now prior to the assassination? Did he have a note?
Trust Plansar says his end goal is to turn the J. Edgar Hoover building into a museum. Maybe wait for things to play out. Yes, right. Right. Nematoder says it's impressive that they catch any of these people. If the perps weren't such retarded spazzes, it would be so easy to escape. Life Support Unplugger says, hearing it compared to those other 2 manhunts really does make me wonder about all the chimping in the interim. It's almost like the people who were chimping have decided that they're just going to chimp no matter what. There's no thought process here. This is just lizard brain stuff, which is why I will continue to counter-signal the always chimp notion. No, do not always chimp. Strategically chimp. Otherwise, you're just noise. You're just getting in the way. You are counterproductive. You're baggage.
And the other one question is, the person that was texting with him about I have a shot at taking out Charlie Kirk, can that person be charged?
So I'll take those in reverse. The charging decisions are up to our great partners at the Department of Justice and the Attorney General, who have been wonderful providing resources during this entire process, and we'll let them speak to any charging decisions. But we, the FBI, are investigating. As I said, our investigation is ongoing. We're interviewing dozens and dozens of suspects, subjects, witnesses, and the like, and continuing to examine forensic information, including cell phone data and DNA analyses. And once we make those findings handed over to our partners, as we're doing in real time, they'll make those decisions. And I'm sorry, Brian, I forgot your other question.
You had a written note. Did he write a written note before the assassination attempt? That's what the governor said yesterday. And what did that say? If you could.
So what I'm able to say. I'm sorry. So what I'm able to say is I addressed it partially earlier. Is that the written note we believe did exist. And we have evidence to show what was in that note, which is, and I'm going to summarize, basically saying, the suspect wrote a note saying, I have the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. That note was written before the shooting. Evidence of its existence, we now have learned, existed before the shooting, was in the location in the suspect and partner's home. But we have since learned that the note, even though it has been destroyed, we have found forensic evidence of the note, and we have confirmed what that note says because of our aggressive interview posture at the FBI.
So, Mr. Director, I'm curious, and there has been some criticism, so I appreciate you coming on our program and discussing it with our audience. Can you tell us what was happening on the ground? Apparently, according to sources, you weren't getting some information, you requested photos, and you were being stonewalled. Now, I think it's important to...
First Citizen said this is the problem with being beholden to the racisms. The assumption that he's incompetent is embedded because he's not of Aryan stock. Right. Like, yeah, the memes and the jokes and everything are fun. But at the end of the day, if your just baseline assumption that you will persist with in the face of all evidence is because he's not Aryan, he must be incompetent, you just... Okay, bud. You're such a smart, edgy boy.
No, there's always some sort of tension between local cops on the ground and the feds. They want to handle their own investigation. But of course, with an investigation of this magnitude, you have to step in. You have the resources. But can you explain, was it the local field office? Was it the state police? What was going on?
So the local authorities have been fantastic.
Okay.
The local sheriff, the state PD have been wonderful. And any investigation, as you hinted to, of this magnitude has so many people in it because I'd made the decision to search so many resources. And to get the information up to me was of the utmost priority. So I worked with my team to say, hey, there's not going to be any delays. We're not going to do it the way we normally do things.
It's interesting. Getting the information up to me was of the utmost priority. FBI director is handling this directly. Which, I mean, I'm sure it's because, number one, it's a personal thing. And number two, it's because this is a massive breakthrough in and a case that is of the utmost importance. So everything's going to run through me directly. That's pretty unusual for the director, for a cabinet tier level player to be like, no, this on the ground thing, I'm going to be there, boots on the ground, and it's going to run through me directly.
So the only thing that people were doing at the FBI was how they knew how to do things. I had to expedite that process. That's my job. That's what I thought this case deserved, and that's what this case was rightly calling for. So I made the tough calls, but I wasn't critical of anyone in particular. I just said we got to move faster, and that was my call to make. And if there's any criticism there, you can put it right here.
Who wasn't giving you information, Director? Who wasn't giving you the photos when you requested them quickly, and it didn't make it to you? Who denied that order?
It's not a denial of the order. Just to clarify, I'm glad we're talking about this. The photos were produced. They just weren't produced in a timely fashion that I felt was appropriate for an investigation of this magnitude. So I came in and I accelerated that process.
So in 24...
He busted some asses. Get with it.
Hours after, when we were still looking for the guy, I know you posted that we got him. And that ended up not being true. You took some incoming because of that. What led to you posting that? Why did you feel so certain about it? And what do you have to say about the criticism?
No, I appreciate this opportunity. Look, as I stated, I was being transparent with working with the public on our findings as I had them. I stated in that message that we had a subject and that we were going to interview him, and we did, and he was released. The job of the FBI is not just to manhunt the actual suspect who did the killing or suspects, but it's also to eliminate targets and eliminate subjects who are not involved in the process, and that's what we were doing. Could I have worded it a little better in the heat of the moment? Sure. But do I regret putting it out? Absolutely not. I was telling the world what the FBI was doing as we were doing, and I'm continuing to do that, and I challenge anyone out there to find a director that has been more transparent and more willing to work the media on high-profile cases or any case the FBI is handling than we have been.
And just follow, do you think that guy was part of the plot to distract you while this guy got away? Do you think there's any connection between two of those people that stood up and acted crazy at that moment?
Well, as it's now been publicly reported, some of these people were taking claims for this horrific act of violence and they had nothing to do with it. Others were working what we call a daisy chain analysis, and this is where the cell phone data dumps are so important. We're seeing who talked to who, not just in chat groups. We're seeing who texted who was around who. We're using our geofencing capabilities to map out exactly where individuals were, and then we're also getting into their personal cell phone information to say, were you calling so-and-so, were you texting so-and-so? And we know the suspect was communicating with folks, but as I've said, that cell phone tower information, you got to get it the right way, with search warrants, with lawful authority, so that our prosecutors can use it in court for whatever investigations they decide to prosecute.
Kash, he's not saying a word. He's not admitting it. Is he remorseful? And what happens to him? Does he get the death penalty?
Well, I'll let the state authorities speak to their prosecution, which is ongoing. As I think your summary is correct, based on my information that I have, he has not been cooperating in terms of interrogations with our law enforcement officials.
And Mr. Director, we always appreciate it because every time there's silence, that's when the conspiracy theories pop up. Yeah. So we appreciate you coming out with us today and just telling people what you know. Appreciate
it, Mr. Director.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so for that whole video, did any of that? Did you get the impression of incompetence or being in over his head or not knowing what he's doing from any of that? I mean, yeah, it's a media, it's a press thing, but they're asking questions and he even said, like, yeah, I probably could have worded that better. I'm in the heat of the moment. But he's a freaking FBI director down on the ground, actively involved in the investigation, quarterbacking the investigation himself as they're fast-tracking all of this stuff. I mean, I just have been at a loss. If somebody would point something to me, he did redeem. If somebody would have pointed me to something to indicate some sort of incompetence or anything like that, I'm open to hearing it. Obviously, I like him. I'm biased in his favor, but I just simply haven't seen any evidence whatsoever it hasn't even been like, oh, he kind of maybe could have done a little bit better. I've been like, this has been fucking impressive as hell. So now, and this was today. I had to include this of him losing his shit on Adam shit.
No. I think the American people believe the truth, that I'm not in the weeds on the everyday movements of inmates. What I am doing is protecting this country, providing historic reform, and combating the weaponization of intelligence by the likes of you. And we have countlessly proven you to be a liar in Russiagate, in January 6th. You are the biggest fraud to ever sit in the United States Senate. You are a disgrace to this institution and an utter coward.
I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised that you continue to lie from your perch and put on a show so you can go raise money for your charade. You are a political buffoon at best.
Well, you can take an internet troll.
Take it to the bank that the FBI is protecting this country and the state and citizens of California. We are bringing historic reform. Point of order. But all you care about is a child sex predator that was prosecuted by a prior administration, and the Obama Justice Department and the Biden Justice Department did squat. And what did President Trump do? Bring new charges courageously. And what have we done?
Chairman,
you said I'm the most transparent FBI director in history. 33,000 pages of information to you. I challenge you to say anything credibly to the truth. Go ahead and run to the cameras where you want to go now.
Dumps. They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps.
Kaboom.
Sluttybuck says Kash Patel did what his people do best. Take a shit on Adam Schiff. Shit down his little pencil neck. And it's personal. It is absolutely personal between Kash Patel and Adam Schiff, given the role that Kash Patel played in the what do you call it? The Russiagate thing. Getting unmasked, getting his he got the notification from Google that he was being spied on. They told him, like, okay, it's been 5 years, so we can let you know now that the federal government requested all this data on you, and we had to turn it over to him. He was personally violated by Adam Schiff and the Russiagate investigation. So that was not just a show. That was Kash Patel does not like Adam Schiff, and he's had it with his bullshit.
Good morning, bastards.
Okay, so now here is Dan Bongino talking to Megyn Kelly, and he has some other interesting information that he gives in this interview.
Dan, thank you so much for being here. Let's just start with this person with whom the suspect was in a romantic relationship. Can you confirm this information, that it was this man transitioning from male to female and that the two of them were in a romantic relationship together?
It appears, Megan, from the information we've accumulated both forensically and digitally in the comms between the two and some of the statements from family and friends, that there was a relationship here that may have been beyond platonic. I think we have a good body of information at this point indicating that. And can I just say, if I was listening to your open there, just let me say in advance, I don't do a lot of media. Coming from a media space, and I may surprise some people, but I haven't. I've only done a few media appearances since I've been here for the last 6 months. But we believe, both the director and I and others, that given the public interest, significant public interest in this case, understandably, that it's important we get out ahead and share as much as we can. I only say that because there are things I'm not, as a deputy director, able to communicate to you, and other things I will. So I just want you to understand, don't mistake sometimes my lack of an answer for anything other than there's a reason there's some things I can't say.
No, we don't have Dan Bongino, podcaster, sitting here. We have Dan Bongino, deputy director of the FBI, and you have to be more careful in that role. Totally got it. So you just blow me off if I ask something you can't answer, and we can be explicit about that. The audience will understand. Are you guys confirming, Dan, that the boyfriend's name is Lance Twiggs?
Slutty Milk says, I was surprised to learn that Dan is Italian, not black. Oh, wait, those are the same thing. And Zoomer Dylan said, no, Slutty Milk, we love our meatball Americans. Look at my meatball American.
That is the boyfriend's name.
Okay. And how many roommates did the shooter have, the alleged shooter?
Well, at this point, how many people the roommate? Let's say that we have the suspect in this case, and then we have Lance. How many people they associated with, and how many in fact lived or resided there? It's up in the air. However, there is apparently a network of people, whether they were friends, and I think you hit on the important question in the open. Given his network of friends and associates, what was the level of foreknowledge about this attack? Did they know something and refuse to say something? Did they know something and think it was a joke? Now, he was an attorney, you're well aware. There's going to be a lot of opinions on the matter. However, we have to build a probable cause case and get over that hurdle in order to properly charge other people if they do have involvement. So I want to assure the audience, I was pretty clear on this in the news appearance this morning. We are not done. Anyone under the assumption out there that this is the end of the investigation is categorically wrong. It's not even the end of the beginning of the investigation. We are exhausting every lead. There are thousands of leads that have come in through open source, through our InTalk line, through our specific FBI tip line. Some of them did not pan out. Some of them won't pan out, but some of them may. But we're not done at all looking into any possible support or aiding and abetting in the case.
Yeah, he does sound like a mob boss. Yeah. And note too how, especially if you've watched Dan in the past, you've seen him as a podcaster, you could tell that he has aged significantly in the past 6 months. There is a heavy, heavy weight on him. You can see the contrast in him before and him now. He has seen some dark, dark shit. And I'm sure this as well. Like, he personally knew Charlie Kirk as well. So there's an element here where when you're investigating this thing that is the murder of someone you knew personally and respected, there's an extra level of solemnity there, which makes it all the more like, imagine being the dude who's you had this super wildly popular, successful podcast that made you wealthy, extremely wealthy. And you set that aside, you go work at the FBI, and now you've got to run the investigation on the murder of your friend. Like, I'm sure that he was there present looking at all of the blood on the ground from his friend after seeing the video of what happened to him. And then you have people who are calling you like a cuck or a sellout or incompetent or whatever. I cannot imagine the level of rage that has to be inside this guy.
Do we believe that Twiggs had advanced knowledge of this shooting, given the fact that he clearly received texts from Tyler telling him where to find the gun, what was written on the casings, and so on, and that he had those when you guys went knocking on his door?
Well, given the cooperation of that subject at this time. I don't want to say too much about what he's saying or not saying. However, there are indicators just beyond twigs that there were a lot of warning signs here in this case. And having said that, this is a good moment to put out there. When you look at these targeted violence attacks, political assassinations, a space I'm unfortunately all too familiar with in my time with the Secret Service, school shootings, not random violence, not domestic violence, but targeted violence for political or ideological reasons. You see a lot of these warning signs in advance where they tell people, is that the case here? It appears warning signs were there. I don't want to get too specific about what they were. However, we hear this a lot, and I'm not suggesting it's in this case, but we hear, oh, I thought it was a joke. And, I hate the just generic advice of the see something, say something, because it gets blown off. But this happens, unfortunately, all too many times. And there were a number of warning signs there that this individual suspect in the case had taken a dark turn. And I want to put out in advance, obviously, as well as the deputy director, that everyone's presumed innocent in our republic, no matter how vile the crime is. I think everybody understands that. But facts are facts, evidence are evidence. And we really, really feel, both Kash and I feel the need to talk to the public here. And again, I just don't want anyone in the public to assume sometimes my lack of an answer is in any way a problem with clarity. There are just some reasons we can't talk about some things, but we really do want to address as many of these issues as we can with the public.
It's interesting, like weighing the options here. Like you can go overboard on the transparency and like, we're going to come out, we're going to answer as many questions as we can, knowing that there's going to be some stuff that we're going to have to be evasive on. Like active investigation. We can't prejudice we can't compromise the investigation by prejudicing a jury or by revealing something or whatever. Like there's stuff we just can't answer, which is going to appear as evasive, particularly with everybody on the knife's edge and ready to take their head off for any little thing. How would you balance those things? You could say, no, we're just not gonna go out and be extra transparent because it's gonna create all these opportunities where people are gonna say, oh, he's hiding something, he's covering for it, it's a conspiracy, yada yada yada. And they've erred on the side of, yeah, we're gonna go out and we're going to be transparent with it, knowing that people are gonna be upset at us not being able to answer some of the questions they want answered. Night cuts to Destro. Thanks for being here, man.
Director Patel said on Fox and Friends this morning that the suspect had a text message exchange with another individual in which he claimed that he had an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and he was going to do it because of his hatred for what Charlie stood for. So that sounds pretty explicit by the director that in advance, there was a text exchange with another individual in which Robinson claimed he had an opportunity to take him out and he was going to do it. So that would lead any of us to conclude, Dan, that there was at least one other individual who knew that Robinson was planning to murder Charlie. Is that true?
Yeah, that was a reference to the note you referenced in your opening of your show. That, according to the evidence we have now, that particular statement may have been on the note. We're still investigating whether that note was in fact seen in advance. We don't have the actual note. It may have been destroyed, but there is some evidence here that there were.
Apparently the story on this is that he wrote a note confessing what he'd done and had it under his keyboard. And after he did it, he texted his boyfriend and told him to go find the note. And then the boyfriend found the note and texted him, was like, what? Are you serious? Are you joking? Whatever. And then they have this weird text interaction that everyone is all speculating about now. So apparently, like, the note was destroyed, but then Kash said that they had forensic evidence of it. I don't know exactly what that means, having forensic evidence of the note. Do they have a picture of it? So they don't have the note itself, but maybe the boyfriend took a picture of it before he burned it or, threw it away or whatever. I don't exactly know what that means.
Some, pre-attack indicators, the specificity of that and when they knew it and when they saw it, that we're still looking into.
Yeah, Jukebox Wizard, teenagers don't text like this. I'm fully prepared for it to be fake for any number of reasons, whether it was written after the fact by someone else as part of the investigation, or there's some dark forces behind the scenes that are setting this up, or they're doing it to cover their tracks. Like, I'm not ruling those things out, but just looking at it being like, oh, this doesn't look like how teenagers would text. I'm like, I don't think that doesn't hold a ton of water to me. You would have to see how you would have to have writing samples of them otherwise. Lots of people text different ways. And I know plenty of dudes who are in their late teens or early 20s who are, especially like an autistic guy, like who would say things like my vehicle instead of my car or that sort of thing. Like yeah, they're autistic and awkward. It doesn't surprise me. That sort of thing. Like people are just so desperate for some sort of conspiracy you can hang on. And I'm not saying there isn't some sort of weird dark conspiracy and this stuff's not fake. I'm just saying that people are jumping on really weird things to try to prove it.
Do we believe that there's potentially some sort of trans group?
Oh, that's an interesting point, Aspiring Midwit. Maybe he wrote it on a notepad and then got an impression of it. That's an interesting thought.
Online that may have had foreknowledge of this attack?
Well, there's a number of forensic digital pieces we have indicating that this was ideologically targeted. I mean, Charlie Kirk was obviously a prominent, well-known public figure, known for espousing proudly his conservative views. Charlie was a friend of mine. That's not a secret. That's, we've had a relationship that goes back years. I have had to put a lot of those emotions aside in order to assist our FBI team in getting answers on the case. But some of the digital footprints we have and traffic we have that we were able to accumulate after we had the suspect in custody seem to indicate that there was a significant ideological component to this attack. I mean, clearly Charlie was a target. Clearly he was a conservative commentator. And when you look at the evidence we've accumulated from friends and family and digitally, the communications traffic, there appears to be a real significant anger at Charlie Kirk because of some of his ideas.
Live support on Plugger says, I don't get how it would be news to the boyfriend that his dad is MAGA, like they never talked about it before. I wouldn't necessarily be surprised. I mean, it depends on what level of relationship they had. It could be they just don't talk about their family. You know, they've maybe they're like separated from their family or whatever. Like, so all these things, like, it's not that you would just write them off or ignore them, but hanging on to that and being like, oh, it seems weird that they, no, they don't, young people don't talk this way. I know young people who talk that way. There isn't like a universal way that young people talk. Of course his boyfriend would know that his dad was diehard MAGA. Maybe not. Maybe he's ashamed of his parents. Maybe he's ashamed of his family and doesn't talk about them at all. Are you saying that this would be like the first early 20s person who has his own little weird niche group of weirdo friends and they just don't talk about their family and they just exist in this weird little like online world? Like, that's not shocking to me.
Did that include his ideas on transing children and trans individuals?
Well, when you look at some of the bullet casings, the inscriptions on some of the bullet casings and some of the digital traffic to people in his network, it appears that may have been a part of it. It appears pretty significant in this case, especially given the relationship. We want to make sure we nail that down for of course, for charging documents in conjunction with our state and local partners. But I don't want to give up exactly what we have on the digital side right now because there's going to be a charging
and I don't want to make you do anything that would compromise the investigation. I want you guys to keep your hands clean. Is it true that Robinson is not cooperating?
Robinson, to this point, is not cooperating. He has an attorney, which is his constitutional right to do so. And
interesting. Yeah, that's a good point. MAGA Oracle on X says he also said he went full MAGA after the election, so it's recent. That's a good observation. I hadn't made that connection myself. Yeah, so it could be that he's saying this is a recent development, and especially if he's at odds politically and socially with his family, and he's going down this like Antifa troon rabbit hole or whatever, then yeah, like I could totally see that he's not like keeping his friend group up to date with all of his the goings on with his family.
Hence, that's why, I did a cable interview news this morning about this case. That's why there are some questions I'm hesitant to answer, because if he was cooperating in this case, again, most of us in the legal space, you included, know this. It's obviously easier to get answers because he is a suspect in the case. So you'd like to hear from the suspect, if you're suspicious of the suspect, what exactly they say they may or may not have done. So there are some elements to the mechanics of the crime where it would be helpful at this point if Robinson was cooperative, but he has a constitutional right, which he has exercised at this point. We feel, however, again, I know everybody's innocent until proven guilty, but we feel, however, that we've built an extremely strong case. The FBI team did an amazing job. The state and local partners could not have been more cooperative. And, I know when tragedies like this happen, this isn't time for back patting. Who cares? We lost Charlie. I mean, but I do want you to know, as taxpayers and citizens, you pay for the FBI, you pay for your Utah DPS and other entities out there, that there's been none of this kind of internal fighting that may have happened in the past. I mean, our ERT, our evidence response team, Megan, that was a massive crime scene. Massive crime scene, hundreds of people, articles. If there were, no, I don't, listen, I can't get emotional about this. You have to just process information. But I was there in the crime scene, and we spent a couple of days there, both the director and I. And when you go in the room where they had put the school bags and one of the things that really hit me, there's a room where all of the personal articles that were left behind at the scene, which were significant, were being stored on the campus. And, when you're processing all this and it hits you, weird things. You think about the weirdest of things. And I couldn't believe how many water bottles. Everybody had one of those water bottles. I don't know what they're called. The kids have these fancy water bottles, and they were everywhere in the room. And there was baby carriages and things like that. And our evidence response team responded and immediately had this crime scene ready to go. And we had an agent there in 16 minutes from the time Charlie was shot. And thanks to the incredible work of the state and local partners as well, they were able to process this crime scene and accumulate an unbelievable amount of forensic evidence. When you walk the crime scene, there is little they did not think of. When I was up there on the roof.
Do we have any idea why the roof wasn't covered by security?
Yeah, Stanley Cups. I'm sure that's what he was talking about. It's funny. He doesn't know what the Stanley Cups are. And then also he says baby carriages, which is kind of a funny way to put it.
Security?
I don't, Megan. And as someone in the security space, it's fairly easy for me to Monday morning quarterback anyone. I have done events with Charlie, quite a few, as a matter of fact. And I've always found his security team to be very professional. I, did a Turning Point event where I joked one time that they had better magnetometers than I saw in the Secret Service. Why in this case was the roof uncovered? I can't say. I think in the future, at political events, regardless of who's speaking, I think there's going to be a significant change in security posture going forward.
Yeah, no, I really wonder what effect this is going to have on having political events, especially in outdoor spaces, and especially with high profile potential targets like that. If you're in the security business, man, you're it's dark, but business has got to be really, really good. Whiskey Pryor says Megyn Kelly has remained so hot for so long. It's going to be such an incredible wall impact, relativistic speeds, supernova fall off. And there's got to be something to have someone stay, if we're good students of the School of Physiognomy, staying attractive like that, deep into her she probably wouldn't want us to talk about her like she's this old, but she's a lot older than you think she is. And there's got to be something about her. It speaks to her character. It speaks to her soul that she has maintained that her face isn't starting to get, she could still maintain a good body because she's working out or whatever, but someone who has dark thoughts or evil thoughts, regularly, it's going to manifest on your face after however many years. How old is she now? She's 54. So she definitely does not look 54. 54 years of thinking dark, evil thoughts will definitely start to show on your face, and it's not happening with her. So these are the sorts of things that in the modern age of autism, we kind of let those things fall away. But these are the sorts of things that you can just look at someone and you can get a good sense about their character just from the way they look.
Mm-hmm. Back on the subject of the defendant and his boyfriend, the boyfriend Twiggs, is he still cooperating?
As of this point, the family and friends, we have a good number of people, including the romantic partner, who have been cooperating.
It was also interesting the way he was kind of starting to ramble a little bit, getting a little emotional, talking about describing the scene and stuff, and getting away from the facts. And she interrupted him and asked him that question about the roof. And she's an experienced. She's a lawyer. She's also a very experienced interviewer and host, and she's friends with him. So my guess is, I just kind of a suspicion here, but I'm guessing that she intentionally gave him a factual question that he would have to kind of bite into to sort of pull him back out of that for his own sake.
And continue to, that could change. Of course, we hope it doesn't, where it's very beneficial to have these folks cooperating. It's of note that pursuant to the press conference where we put out the photo of the suspect at the time and the video, and the reason we put out the video, I'll answer your question, but
this part here is important. He gives a little bit of thought into that it wasn't accidental that they released the photos and the video and the way they did and how they did them. There was a thought process behind it.
This is important too. There's a tie-in here. The reason we decided, and there's a lot of second guessing going on, and that's important. Listen, this is a taxpayer funded operation, the FBI. It's not a private company. You have every right to question everything. You pay for it. But we have an explanation for it. Nothing we did was by accident. You know, when we held that press conference that night, the reason we had the governor and everyone put out that video is we wanted to anchor the new photos we had released and we're going to put out in front of a national primetime audience. We wanted to anchor it to the video so you understood why we were looking for this particular suspect. Now, to get back to your question about cooperation, pursuant to that, it's just a short time after, thankfully, due to the work of all the partners involved in this, there were members of the suspect circle that recognized him and agreed, and he went and they turned themselves in.
Yeah, Kash said this morning his dad recognized him.
Yeah, and that was due to the work of these folks. And again, it's no time for dopey, silly, victory laps. None of that stuff matters. This is a serious crime that's had repercussions and will have repercussions moving forward that are going to be very dramatic for political dialogue in the country. But yeah, that decision was not an easy one. You don't want to put out a picture and say, well, that picture came out earlier. Yeah, but it didn't come out earlier to a primetime audience of potentially 5 to 10 million people. I was sitting in the command post, Megan, with our entire team, which was significant. There were a large number of people there, from state and local officials to our FBI team, to people who were going to manage the media, because the media can be your friend and was our friend in this investigation. I said to them when they came in, I said, someone's sitting next to this guy in a restaurant right now. And when they walked back in and we had an identifier, to speak in jargon, we had an identifier on it. I don't want to say exactly what they said, but when they walked back in the CP, and I looked at Kash and it was just this sense of relief. We, was only.
Were you there, Dan, when he was brought in?
So the thinking was the reason why they released the video, even though the video is not great quality, they did it because the video is going to really, really connect with people. It's really going to hook them. And releasing the video and the picture together at the same time is going to hook that video and pin it, or hook that picture and pin it for people and make people lock in on it more because it's associated with that video, which is very interesting. The thinking about the psychology behind that.
No, he was brought in it was about, forgive me if I'm not exactly correct, but it was about 3 hours from where we were in Orem and that whole Provo area. It was a different place down near St. George. So he was brought in there. So we had to transport him back. We just wanted to be sure, obviously, Megan, as you well know, we didn't care where as long as it was a law enforcement facility and we could appropriately take a suspect at the time into custody. We were not particularly concerned where. We just wanted.
And now I got to ask you this, and you know why, but is he being watched so that there can be no suicide?
Yeah, that's what we've been told from local officials who have custody over him right now, that he is in fact on watch. That is obviously going to remain a concern.
So he is on suicide watch, which is not surprising at all. That's got to be a top priority. Whiskey Pryor says, can we just put Dan in Memphis with the flaming sword and have him make it lovable again? He looks nervous. And then he said, yeah. And Trust Blansar says Dan probably hasn't slept much considering how high profile this is. Yeah, the dude's carrying a lot. He looks rough.
Did he buy this gun legally?
I don't want to say right now how he acquired the gun, but I will say there were some significant concerns expressed by the suspect in the case about the gun and retrieving the gun. The reason I bring this up is, again, I'm here with you in every effort to share what we can appropriately share so that information vacuums aren't filled. There was some conversation I heard on, I'm sorry, it was a news chat, I forget which one I was listening to, about retrieving the weapon. And there was some confusion where I believe that one of the hosts thought it was a retrieval from an FFL, a firearms dealer. That's not what happened. The digital comms traffic that we have and the concerns the suspect in this case were expressing was retrieving the firearm from the crime scene, not from a firearms dealer. It was from the crime scene.
Well,
Now, interestingly, the story, what he's describing here does correspond to the text transcript that's been released since then. A number of the points that he's made here, there is continuity there for whatever that's worth. He said at the time here, in this, he said that he didn't want to say necessarily where they got the gun. Now in the text transcripts that were released, the gun was his grandfather's gun that they had there in the house, is apparently the story. And he'd taken it and from the house, went and used it, and was trying to get it and just trying to take it back and put it in the house so they wouldn't be able to trace it back to him, and then was not able to get it because the gun was there still on site.
That's another thing that people are confused about, because if Kash said that they found what we presume was his screwdriver on the top of the building, and they found his DNA on it, leading many to believe he had disassembled the gun when he jumped off of the roof. But then it appears when you guys found it in the woods, it was assembled. So can you provide any clarity on that?
Yeah, and I was a little hesitant in a media appearance this morning to go into specifics on, especially the video and where the gun was. And there's a reason. Again, we only want to be transparent here.
Yeah, just tell us what you can.
Yeah, the suspect not cooperating, the video is obviously grainy. And as folks in the video space know out there, we have a number of really excellent tools in our lab, they're doing amazing work, and they've been up and handling this for days now. But the video is very grainy, and I want to be very clear, and I don't want to, there was, I've already seen some online show. Yeah, I can see it on the screen. You'll see it's a grainy video. Now, I've been on that roof in that corner, and when you see the camera and the distance away, it's clearly not the best video. Now, let me just go back to what I said before, and I'll get into the gun. Don't let me forget the gun portion of it, because I just want to watch this for a second. You'll see here. Yeah, there's a couple different, what we call it. All right, there you go. So we see there's some
getting down off the listening audience. He's getting down off the roof. He hangs for a couple seconds. He drops to the floor, to the grass, and then he runs. Go ahead, Dan.
Sorry, I forget sometimes there's an audio only. I should be better. This is a former media person. I forget there's an audio component only. We'll watch it.
I got you.
The camera is quite far away. It's not the best camera to see exactly what happened to the gun.
Night, Emperor Atreides. And good to see you, Tobias Ruck. You're joined from across the pond. He says, Guten Morgen, my fellow common sense centrists. That's exactly what we are. We're not radical. We're not extremists. We are common sense centrists.
However, we have some working theories, and one of them is that he drops the firearm fully assembled onto the ground and then retrieves it. Now, the firearm we're processing in conjunction with our ATF friends, but the firearm was wrapped in a towel. And as the director said this morning on a cable news appearance, the towel, we did get a pretty strong forensic DNA hit. So that's the only reason. Again, I don't want anyone to speculate, they're not sure where the gun is. Oh, no, we have to be careful what we put out. And the video is not the best quality. It's not, and for no other reason than the video was, that camera where it is not a crime scene camera. It's a camera designed for just general surveillance on campus. And when you're there, you'll see it's a distance away. But I missed I want to wrap this point up because it's really important. You may fairly enough as taxpaying citizens again say, well, during the presser, why release grainy video? Because that is the crime scene there. That's where we have evidence of a suspect who shot from that location. We have a suspect that appears to be on camera there fleeing the location. And we wanted to anchor that, this is really important, to the photos we were releasing. What we didn't want is we release a photo and people say, well, why? Why that particular photo? We thought the video, how the quality is okay, but not, the pixels are not great. We wanted to be sure we could anchor it to, here's why this particular suspect is of interest to us right now.
So the video, the pictures that they released, apparently, I'm sure it's the guy afterwards. This is my guess. They saw him on this surveillance camera here. They got a closer image of him and were able to confirm that it's him elsewhere. So the video, they released a video that's not the greatest quality, and because it shows, they're like, here's earlier in the movement of this guy, him jumping off the roof. Like, this is a very unusual thing. He's up on the roof where the shot was fired. He's jumping off way further than a person would just jump normally. This is odd behavior. He's jumping down from the roof of the place where the shot came from. And then here's an image, here's pictures of him that were taken elsewhere. So we're putting these out together to anchor this so people know why this picture and what the connection is and why this is the precise person. We're looking for the guy that jumped off of this roof here. That's what they were looking for. And I'll just add as well that, like, the fact that if you're going to go with the like, oh, the text logs are totally made up and this is some other guy and they're framing him and all that sort of thing, like you got to imagine that Dan Bongino and Kash Patel are doing some wild shit when they're off camera to try to set this whole thing up and then like pretend in this interview and stuff. Like they are deeply embedded in orchestrating this to make this happen. Because he's talking about like the DNA hits that they got off of the towel. So now it's going to have to be like they're making up the fact that this towel was found and that they got a DNA hit. Like they're just blatantly lying about all of these things. Or whoever is pulling the wool over their eyes is able to manage all of these different forensic details and stuff to create this story for them to make it look like this is what happened when it's not what actually happened. And in a very narrow window of time because they've acted so quickly on this. Yes, Little Milk, it's just picking a theory and reverse engineering a narrative to fit it. Which is why, like, hearing these interviews from Kash and Bongino, and the detail that they're going into in the interviews, and then the evidence that's being released in the way that it corresponds, you're basically either left with one of two choices. Either they're telling the truth, or they were personally involved in setting this whole thing up ahead of time, knowing that Charlie was going to be shot. Those are pretty much the only two options I think that you have. And if you're gonna insinuate that Dan Bongino and Kash Patel were involved in a conspiracy to assassinate Charlie Kirk, a good friend of theirs, that's going to require a lot more than just some sort of speculative connections that you've made here or there. Like some things just kind of don't make sense or whatever.
Mm-hmm. I got to ask you about this Fox News report by Jackie Henrich, the White House correspondent, who says you and Kash are under fire, political fire, that she reports the White House, Pam Bondi, under fire, political fire, that she reports the White House.
Oh, I missed it. The eye roll.
House, Pam Bondi, Todd Blanche, her deputy, have no confidence in Kash Patel, citing one source. Pam in particular cannot stand him. Blanche either, they said, referring to Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche. Bondi and Blanche denied the characterization. White House officials denied any plans to remove Director Patel. But the headline is that knives are out for Kash Patel. It ends with something about you, Dan, saying three sources also point out Dan Bongino's date.
Interesting. 3543. Look at his face here. And look at his face here. I come back. So before she starts asking this question, he's just kind of like flat affect. Here he's kind of intense and engaged, talking. But then, look at his face here. His eyes are narrowed. His cheeks got tight. His lips got tighter. He's pissed.
Days are more likely numbered than Patel's, as he threatened to quit amid fallout from the Epstein feud with Bondi. I want to give you a chance to comment on those two pieces.
Megan, I don't even. So just to be clear, I've read the report. I spoke to Jackie. Everyone on the record you just cited, on the record, said the exact opposite. You can read the report yourself. So just to be clear, an off the record person who was not willing to put their name to any of this, who may not like what the director and I are doing here, off the record, said, wow, these guys are in a lot of trouble. On the record, everyone from the president to Todd to Pam to everyone else says the exact opposite. So your story, not you, but the story's what? Knives are, where are the knives? Who's holding the knives? The knives are out. You know, Megan, I've been here 6 months. The director's been here 7. We've moved 1,000 agents out into the field. We finally found an FBI headquarters building after 20 years of fighting. We've rescued 200 kids in VCAC, violent crimes against children case. We've arrested We've arrested over 800 sexual predators in Operation Restoring Justice. We engaged in a massive nationwide manhunt for violent fugitives in Operation Not Forgotten. We've arrested now between illegal immigrants and violent felons during Operation Summer Heat and our emergency removal operations with our DHS and ICE partners, tens of thousands of people. The violent crime rate is dropping to historic lows. We've had Operation Viper ongoing for a long time in conjunction with the White House in Memphis, something I can tell you on your show today. The White House, the Department of Justice and Kash and I got together early and we've been engaged in this summer heat violent crime effort. You have 4 of 10 FBI's most wanted. We've dealt with the LA riots, the Coeur d'Alene shooting, the attack on the Minnesota lawmakers. We've dealt with school shootings, the Palm Springs incident, the Boulder, Colorado attack, public corruption cases. We have had epic disclosures in the transparency front on things you never would have seen. If the White House was unhappy and President Trump was unhappy, you and I have known the president a long time. You really believe the president's not just going to call? And just to be clear, I don't mean to get personal, but you know the president like I do. Do you think he's the type to not call you? So I'm a little skeptical of garbage reporting about unnamed sources who may not like what I just told you, who are saying, oh my gosh, the knives are out, when everybody on the record is saying, what are you talking about? Everything's going great.
That right there was why I wanted to play this whole thing, was to get to that. Oh, I have zero time for the people who want to bullshit from their phones with their thumbs up their asses about Kash and Dan Bongino being like incompetent or failing or not doing their jobs or letting us down, or it's pure horse shit. And anybody who's trying to sell that to you, that Kash and Dan Bongino are in over their heads, they don't know what they're doing, they're enemies. That's enemy behavior. Yeah, they're doing all of this despite subversives and purges. And all of that was just front of mind. He just rattled that off. He's not reading off a script or anything. He's just rapid firing, which means he's not just like there while everybody else is doing the work. He's deeply involved in it, living this all the time. Front of mind while tired as fuck. Yes. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are fucking heroes, man.
Mm-hmm. President Trump is not usually shy when he's unhappy with a staffer. Yeah. I got to ask you this, Dan. I know you got to run, but just before I let you go, a word on Charlie, because you have to, like, you're in this.
Yeah, isn't it interesting? It's the anonymous sources coming from regime shitlib propagandists. And somehow the patriot doomers and panicans land on the exact same side again. Just like this. Senate Judiciary Democrats. Kash Patel is incompetent. The panicans are enemies. Maybe it's accidental. Maybe they just don't know any better and they mean well. But being an accidental enemy is still an enemy.
I'm in a unique position in that I had to report on the death of my friend as it happened. And you're in the unique position of now having to investigate your friend's murder. This has got to be a strange headspace to be in, as you have to be both a cop and check your emotions at a time when you're still a man, you're still a friend.
Mm-hmm. I whenever I need good advice, I talk with my wife. You probably do the same thing with your husband. They know you better, right? Nobody knows you better than your spouse. They see you at your best, your worst. And she said to me, about an hour or so after we found out, I had texted her. I said, he's dead. And because this floor is a skiff, you can't carry your cell phone. So I had to walk outside to do it. I'm walking back this corridor, which is not very long, but it felt like it was 1,000 miles. And it's a thin corridor. It's an old building. And I went back to my phone and I called my wife and we were talking a little bit. And she said to me a little bit into the call, she said, would you rather be on the air with your audience right now, walking people through this, or would you rather be in this job, hunting this person down? And I said, it's clear as day. I need to be in this job right now. This is God's spot for me. And I know I can divorce my emotions and handle this, just like we did with the lawmakers in Minnesota. It is not the time for emotion about people. It's time to go find these guys and do your job. And it was powerful. And my wife said, I think you're right. I think you're right.
Yeah. It's probably also no accident God had you in this post. I don't know. Just feel like you guys are always going to take crap from the public because people are never satisfied. But I feel a hell of a lot better having you there than if this had been Biden's DOJ and FBI. I thank God if this had to happen, it happened under the Trump administration and the people he put in place. So Godspeed to you, Dan, and to Kash too, as you guys go forward. Everybody's rooting for you.
Thanks, Megan. Appreciate it.
I'll talk again soon.
Absolutely. God bless Dan Bongino. Okay, I'm going to skip ahead to some of the stuff here because we're coming up on the 4-hour mark. So we'll get into some of these other things on tomorrow's show. We'll talk about the Utah governor on tomorrow's show. We'll talk about these videos describing the nature of these online sorts of online circles, and I'm going to read this and then read this tweet of mine, and then we'll wrap this up watching this clip from Tucker Carlson and Sam Altman. It's 7 minutes long, so we'll be able to get through it. It won't take a super long time, but before we get to that, let's do this. So, speaking of the Panikins, the Doomers, Pat Stedman, absolute patriot. He said, as men actually start to fight back against this rot in the West, the enjoy the decline guys are going to become bigger pariahs in the manosphere. It's one thing to get yours in a zeitgeist of individual indulgence. It's another in an era of collective action. Be useful or be shunned. And that triggered some thoughts. I said way too many potential our guys have embraced the role of detached nihilist, where they pass themselves off as the only true enlightened ones who have been blessed with the secret knowledge. Out of a Frankensteinian synthesis of extremely online millennial irony and Zoomer nihilism has emerged this identity of the scorned prophet who has seen the doom to come and accepted its inevitability and cares so much about it that he's too cool to accept that anything can be done. The only thing worse than being crushed by a tidal wave is being the one who is dumb enough to be seen in public trying to stop it with his bare hands. They're self-aware enough to know it's an indefensible position, so they offer absurd ultimatums as tokens that, if validated, they would personally accept as signs to forestall their sense of doom, as if the rest of the world ought to exist for no cause other than to mollify their anxiety. They know full well such things, like, name the Jew from the Oval, mass executions in Lafayette Park, deport every non-white. They know full well such things will never happen, thus granting them permission to perpetuate their own internal doom cycle. This is case in point shit testing. They're behaving like distressed women. And as a reminder, I suppose you may not know what a shit test is, and this is one of the things where Urban Dictionary has the best definition. A shit test is, let me zoom this in here, a manufactured grievance a woman uses to test the mettle, competence, and confidence of her mate. It's an intentional provocation accompanied by an implicit and subconscious desire that the man put his foot down, set reasonable boundaries, and demonstrate that he will not be bullied, nagged, shamed, or guilted into submission. Its purpose is to confirm for her that he is capable of doing what needs to be done to provide for and protect her and her children. The subconscious thought process is, if he can't stand up to me, how will he be able to deal with the cavemen down the valley who keep us up all night revving their motorcycles, let alone help bring down a mastodon or fend off the saber-toothed tigers? The worst thing a man can do when his woman is shit-testing him is assume the grievance is genuine and cave into her. Despite her seeming demand that he submit, if he does, she will lose respect for him. And once she loses respect for him, she will believe that she's with a man who is not worthy of her, which in turn makes her angry and resentful of him. She will then escalate the tests, each grievance becoming more and more outrageous and irrational, in a desperate bid for him to finally draw the line and say, this far, no further. Now, if you didn't know what a shit test was before, that realization ought to change your life. If you're a man relating to a girlfriend or a wife, or really any other woman, And this is not a defect in women. It's a feature. This is what they exist for. They exist to be shit testers. They are the debuggers in men's code. But it's really, really pathetic and gross when a man starts shit testing. Yeah, Charlie called it a God-given instinct. Yes. When a man shit tests, that's pathetic. That's why these sorts of guys, that's why they give people the ick. That's why they have such a like, sort of scummy energy. People just don't want to be around them. Even if they like agree with them or something. I mean, it goes beyond just like the term or the specific subject matter that the guy might be upset about. It's a man acting like a woman. So these guys that offer these absurd ultimatums like Trump must do this by this point. This radical, completely unrealistic, improbably thing that's just not going to happen. He has to do this or I'm out. I'm not going to support him anymore. His presidency is over. It's a failure. I will personally declare it a failure. They're shit testing. Yes, Whiskey Priors, men are now shit testing because they've been feminized. Slutty Milk says they're doing what women are supposed to do. The doomers are literally trooning out. Yes, that's exactly it. The doomers are spiritual troons. They're behaving like distressed women. There are plenty of chemicals in the water turning the frickin' frogs gay reasons for this. But more broadly, the generations of devouring mother suppression of strong man characteristics have come home to roost in the form of a generation of hormonally dystrophic, neurotic, unfulfilled, catastrophically insecure, and paranoid young men. And those young men are becoming less and less young by the day. It's an immensely tough, nigh unto intractable problem. They don't know what strong men look like. They've been gaslit and betrayed so many times that they've virtually lost the ability to trust on the molecular level. And yet, the only way out is through. They must trust. Trust in the Lord. Trust in advice from men who have been there. Trust in the tried and true methods of extracting oneself from doom loops. Trust in the image of God they bear to be more powerful than the forces of evil assaulting them every day. The deepest irony is that, to the extent that they are committed to their forecasts of doom and isolation, those forecasts are sure to be realized. They think their predictive power is being validated, which seems like the mark of strong masculinity, seeing a vision no one else sees and pursuing it relentlessly until it is realized. And that is deeply and spiritually masculine. Their greatest gift has been taken from them and directed toward their own doing. The truth is so near to them. If they simply turned that obsessive focus toward the good, the true, and the beautiful, their power levels would be unmatched. Instead of manifesting the doom they fear, they would be unleashed as a most powerful force for virtue. It's so exasperating, like watching someone drown in a puddle because someone convinced them their legs don't work. While their behavior is incredibly grating to me, my heart breaks for them. I see myself in them in many ways. I am one of them, though by the grace of God I've been spared some of the worst of it. And I feel a deep and intense obligation to pass on that light of truth to them. If what I've written here resonates with you, if you identify with what I've described, know this. You aren't alone. The impending doom you sense does not have to overtake you. And the truth and love you want so desperately to feel is immediately at hand. You must simply let down your guard and accept it. I'm praying for you. Charlie Kirk was the guy trying to stop the tidal wave of doom with his bare hands. And to the terminal nihilist, it's easy to say, yeah, look what happened to him. But look at the legacy he's left. His race is finished, and he's cradled in the bosom of the God he served to his dying breath. And the movement he commanded is spinning up into hyperdrive as sincere moments of conversion ripple across the world. He is an immortal example of the power contained within a single man who rejects the voices that forecast doom and commits his life to the good, the true, and the beautiful. My deep and earnest prayer is that the public and graphic assassination of the guy who many saw as the apotheosis of lol-cow millennial sincerity while he was alive, and the subsequent recognition of just how good of a man he was, will be the finger snap that jolts a critical mass of young nihilists out of the torpid trance of doom looping and into the focused action that, 1, we require for the salvation of our nation, and 2, they require for the salvation of their own souls. I have a love-hate relationship with the Doomers. The Troonmers, as Slutty Milk has coined them. Whiskey Prize says, Slutty Milk is the greatest content augmenter on any show I've ever seen. 100%. Slutty Milk is Matt's Andy Richter. Yes. Tobias Ruck says, shit test came from pickup artists, I believe. Yes, it did. So much decompiled source code their weaponized autistic lust brought us. Yes. Yes. Weaponized autistic lust. So many incredible one-liners come out of the Astrolabe chat. Okay. Kubrick was famous for treating his actors like furniture and getting them to do 1,000 takes to get it right. Given 5 million years, he could not get the level of dialogue, intonations, awkward pauses, and timing here. It's literally a hyperstition-level reality. This is funny in the same way Eddington was. You laugh and then feel horrible, unmitigated terror, then go back to laughing, then back to quiet, contemplative terror. Have you guys seen this yet? This video of Tucker interviewing Sam Altman? Nice, Slutty Milk. It is surreal, to say the least. Here we go.
So you had complaints from one programmer who said you guys were basically stealing people's stuff and not paying them, and then he wound up murdered. What was that?
Also a great tragedy. He committed suicide.
Do you think he committed suicide?
I really do.
Have you looked?
This was like a friend of mine. This is like a guy that, and not a close friend, but this is someone that worked at OpenAI for a very long time. I was really shaken by this tragedy. I spent a lot of time trying to, read everything I could, as I'm sure you and others did too, about what happened. It looks like a suicide to me.
Why does it look like a suicide?
It was a gun he had purchased. It was this is like gruesome to talk about, but I read the whole medical record. Does it not look like one to you?
No, he was definitely murdered, I think. There were signs of a struggle, of course. The surveillance camera, the wires had been cut. He had just ordered takeout food, come back from a vacation with his friends on Catalina Island. No indication at all that he was suicidal. No note and no behavior. He had just spoken to a family member on the phone. And then he's found dead with blood in multiple rooms. So that's impossible. Seems really obvious he was murdered. Have you talked to the authorities about it?
I have not talked to the authorities about it.
That's kind of odd. Your employee was going to whistleblow. You haven't talked to the authorities about it? Sam's behavior in all of this is just lizard-like. Yeah, Whiskey Priors, you can see Tucker turn off the genuine human and turn on the reporter. And he is good. He is a master at this.
And his mother claims he was murdered on your orders.
Do you believe that?
I'm asking.
You just said it, so do you believe that?
I think that it is.
Like if you're putting yourself in the frame of mind of like the guy who's the head of this company and there's this really suspicious case and he's killed and everything, and you have no involvement in it at all, you would not be behaving this way at all. Like just we're a minute and a half into the conversation and he's already getting a little combative almost. You wouldn't have, if you honestly had nothing to do with it, you wouldn't be getting combative at all. He sort of, at first, he kind of tries to do this sort of like, oh, it's just so sad and just tragic. And then Tucker starts pushing, and he starts pushing back.
Worth looking into. And I mean, if a guy comes out and accuses your company of committing crimes, I have no idea if that's true or not, of course, and then is found killed and there are signs of a struggle, I don't think it's worth dismissing it. I don't think we should say, well, he killed himself when there's no evidence that the guy was depressed at all. I think, and if he was your friend, I would think you would want to speak to his mom or...
I did offer. She didn't want to.
So do you feel that, you know, when people look at that and they're like, you know, it's possible that happened, do you feel that that reflects the worries they have about what's happening here? Like people are afraid that this is like...
I haven't done too many interviews where I've been accused of like...
Oh, I'm not accusing you at all. I'm just saying his mother says that. I don't think a fair read of the evidence suggests...
And now what's fascinating here is Tucker is saying, it doesn't seem like he killed himself. It seems like someone killed him. And Sam Altman's going, are you accusing me of killing him? What? That's a very odd thing to say. Why would that be your default? That I'm accusing you of killing him? I'm just saying it looks like someone killed him.
Suicide at all. I just don't see that at all. And I also don't understand why the authorities, when there's signs of a struggle and blood in 2 rooms...
Yeah, Trust Plan, sorry. He's playing both good cop and bad cop, which he's fantastic at. It's one of the reasons why he's been so good at his job, at his career, this whole time. Tobias Ruck says, Tucker is already off the scale on my Patriot meter, but here he's proving he's even more of a Patriot than we can even measure. Because, like, the implications here are obviously that Sam Altman had the guy killed because the guy was whistleblowing. And so if Sam Altman had him killed, the implications are... you can connect those dots very easily. Yes, Whiskey Priors, Tucker needs SS protection. Very much so. The actual SS.
On a suicide, like how does that actually happen? I don't understand how the authorities could just kind of dismiss that as a suicide. I think it's weird.
Look at that. He kind of does this sort of wandering thing. And then he says, I think it's weird. He doesn't ask him a question. He just says, I think it's weird. And then leans in.
Just kind of dismiss that as a suicide. I think it's weird.
You understand how this sounds like an accusation?
Of course. And I certainly, let me just be clear once again, not accusing you of any wrongdoing, but I think it's worth finding out what happened. And I don't understand why the city of San Francisco has refused to investigate it beyond just calling it a suicide.
I mean, I think they looked into it a couple of times, more than once, as I understand it. I saw and I will totally say, when I first heard about this, it sounded very suspicious to me.
Yes.
And I know you had been involved in...
Was mother
you were
reached
asked to
out
look into the case.
And I don't know anything about it. It's not my world.
She just reached out cold?
She reached out cold.
Wow.
And
it is... Oh... I'm pausing it and commentating on it because I'm sharing something that's from YouTube, and I'm going to be posting this on YouTube later, so I'm trying to make sure that it doesn't just get pulled down altogether. But I would encourage you to just go watch this whole thing all the way through, because it is like if you were watching this as a film, it would be gripping, and this is an actual interview. This is real life.
And I spoke to her at great length, and it scared the crap out of me. Kid was clearly killed by somebody. That was my conclusion, objectively, with no skin in the game.
And you, after reading the latest report?
Yes.
Like, look,
I immediately called a member of Congress from California, Ro Khanna, and said, this is crazy, you got to look into this. And nothing ever happened. And I'm like, what is that?
Again, I think this is, I feel strange and sad debating this and having to defend myself seems totally crazy. And you are a little bit accusing me, but
if you had nothing to do with it, this would be the worst possible way to handle this. If you are genuinely innocent. I don't know if this is like a social, an autism thing. The dude's a sociopath. Very much. Or no. Let me see. sociopath, psychopath. One of them has the ability to act like a person, one of them doesn't. I think maybe psychopath. Like, he doesn't have the ability to mimic human emotion. He's trying, and he's failing really, really badly. He's seething with rage, and it's obvious. He's guilty 100%. It's written all over him. He can't even can't even muster the ability to act normally or react normally in this. And he had to have known this was going to come up. Tucker literally had an episode with the mother of this guy that he would obviously know about. So it's not like he's being blindsided by these questions. If he actually had nothing to do with it, or if he did have something to do with it, and he wants to make a compelling case that he didn't, he's very, very, very bad at it. Because it would be pretty easy to be like, yeah, it looks like someone killed him. I hope they find out who it was. Not this like, no, I think he killed himself. Nope, he definitely killed him. Why would you think he didn't kill himself? The official report said he killed himself. Why do you think he didn't kill himself? Are you sure he didn't kill himself? I really think he killed himself. What? Like...
This was like a wonderful person and a family that is clearly struggling.
Yes.
And I think you can totally take the point that you're just trying to get to the truth of what happened. And I respect that. But I think his memory and his family deserve to be treated with a level of respect and grief that I don't quite feel here.
So the angle he's going to take is, oh, actually, you're doing a disservice to his memory. This is the fakest attempt at compassion and humanity that I've ever seen in my life.
I'm asking at the behest of his family.
This whole thing was like kind of surreal. It was kind of weird until Tucker dropped the hammer right there.
His memory and his family deserve to be treated with a level of respect and grief that I don't quite feel here.
I'm asking at the behest of his family.
Tucker Carlson, you fucking patriot. Oh, the way he delivered that line. I'm asking at the behest of his family. The iron in those words.
Respect and grief that I don't quite feel here.
I'm asking at the behest of his family. So I'm definitely showing them respect. And I'm not accusing you of any involvement in this at all. What I am saying is that the evidence does not suggest suicide. And for the authorities in your city to...
In your city?
To elide past that and ignore the evidence that any reasonable person would say adds up to a murder, I think is very weird. And it shakes the faith that one has in our system's ability to respond to the facts.
So what I was going to say is after the first...
Whiskey Pryor says a psychopath would not only say, I hope they figure it out, but they'd fund the search knowing he wouldn't be caught. Yes. Right. Spud Rucker says people mix it up all the time. Psychopaths to whatever degree are not capable of feeling emotion and have to mimic. And they're often very good at mimicking. Tobias Ruck says, that was me adding that they're often very good at it. Tobias Ruck says capitalism has a tendency to put psychopaths in power, which is why we need to Christianize it. Yes. Hear, hear. And Mr. Seuss says sociopaths are more impulsive and environmentally influenced, while psychopaths are colder, more calculating, and innately wired that way.
Set of information that came out, I was really like, man, this doesn't look like a suicide. I'm confused. This looks like...
Okay, so I'm not being crazy here.
Well, but then after the second thing came out and the more...
Tucker's so good at this. He just spiked the football straight through the guy's forehead. And now he's back to good cop again. He is the master.
More detail, I was like, oh, okay.
What changed your mind?
That's a good question. I looked at more detail, and then I was like, oh, okay. Well, what changed your mind? Well, on an issue this heavy that you were, he was somewhat close to you. It hit you hard when this happened. At first you were like, oh, this seems really, really sketchy. But then you were convinced. Yeah, definitely. It obviously looks like he killed himself. Okay. What changed your mind? Done. If something changed your mind that comprehensively, you're not gonna.
The second report on the way the bullet entered him and the sort of person who had followed the sort of likely path of things through the room. I assume you looked at this too.
Yes, I did.
And so there, he just and pushes it back on him real quick. Get the spotlight off of me, back to you.
And what about that didn't change your mind?
Just flips the question on him. Barely even makes an effort to answer it and flips it on him.
It just didn't make any sense to me. Why would the security camera wires be cut? And how did he wind up bleeding in 2 rooms after shooting himself? And why was there a wig in the room that wasn't his? And has there ever been a suicide where there's no indication at all that the person was suicidal who just ordered takeout food? I mean, who orders DoorDash and then shoots himself? I mean, maybe. I've covered a lot of crimes as a police reporter. I've never heard of anything like that. So no, I was even more confused.
So he flips the question back on Tucker, and that was 5 things that Tucker rattles off in quick succession that seem weird, bizarre anomalies.
This is where it gets into, I think, a little bit painful, just not the level of respect I'd hope to show to someone with this kind of mental illness.
I totally get it. It's
people
just
do
his
commit
family
suicide without notes a lot. Like that happens.
For sure.
So now he's just saying, oh, the guy has mental illness, and you questioning this is desecrating, is not showing respect to him. This is galling.
People definitely order food they like before they commit suicide.
They do? People definitely order food they like right before they commit suicide? Are you a great expert on suicide, Mr. Altman?
This is an incredible tragedy, and
That's his family's view, and they think it was a murder, and that's why I'm asking the question.
If I were his family, I am sure I would want answers, and I'm sure I would not be satisfied with really any. I mean, there's nothing that would comfort me in that,
Right.
So I get it. I also care a lot about respect to him.
Right.
This was in the middle of a full interview, and they just went on. The thing cuts off, and they just go on to the rest of the interview. Oh, yeah, Tucker definitely has got a set of stones. Yes, Spud Ruckus, for sure. Wild clip. What a time we live in, man. What a time. All right, well, 4.5 hours of Labe, not even including the intro. I would say that qualifies as a Labe. Already got some content set up for tomorrow's show, and who knows what'll happen between now and then. But I will be here for another episode of the ASTROLABE. Do me a favor. Make sure you subscribe to the King Pilled Substack. Go join the King Pilled Discord. We are Discord radicals. Come be one of us. Kingpilled.com. Make sure you follow me on Twitter @RealKingPilled. And a reminder that we're looking at doing a King Pilled meetup in Texas, probably in the Austin area, either mid-October or mid-November. Haven't completely nailed it down yet. I've seen the few of you guys who've reached out already expressing interest. Please do send me an email, realkingpilled@gmail.com, or a DM on Twitter, on x.com, @realkingpilled. Let me know if you would be interested in joining. I will not be saying publicly where we're going to be meeting up. I'll be keeping that private for probably fairly obvious reasons. Maybe a little paranoid, but I don't think it hurts to be a little paranoid. So if you would like to be a part of that, then let me know, and I'll eventually, when the time comes, I'll create a group chat and coordinate that. Speaking of group chat, go follow the King Pilled Telegram channel for up-to-date alerts. Appreciate all of you guys for contributing to the streamer salary using the Streamlabs link, and also for the members. the Kick members, it looks like we are on pace to have the most lucrative Kick month thus far. So even though the actual numbers in terms of streamers and chatters and everything, even though those have gone down, you guys have been incredibly generous through the memberships. So we're at 119 total subs right now, which I think is an all-time high. And just hit 400 followers on the channel as well. So please do share the show. And make sure you go download the EWBSX app, ewbsx.com, and on iOS and Android. It's on the app stores. It's free to download. Go get yourself some white pills through your ear holes. And go get some EWBSX merch at ewbsx.store. And also, send some crystals to the cyberbully. gibsongo.com/EWBSX. We've got big plans for, let's just say that Eternal White Boy Summer Radio is just the beginning. There's a reason why we called it EWBSX and not EWBSR. Partly just because it sounds better, and also because radio is just the beginning. But we need your guys' help for that. So, gibsongo.com/EWBSX. Please contribute to the fundraiser to purchase the crystals for the airship for the cyberbully, so he can keep Daryl, his top gnome, reined in. Mr. Sue has a long-standing feud with Daryl, and we've got to protect him from the hitmen that Mr. Sue is sending after him. So I believe that's all I got for now. So I'll see you guys tomorrow for another episode of the Astrolabe, and for now, I leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America